loud. So, it appears that when they patched this week, they changed my options. As you notice that the music... Okay, yeah. My settings appear to have all been reset. So, that's neat. Let's get that a little bit quieter. And we're probably going to have to adjust these others as we go, because, yeah, it's probably going to be a bit of a mess. It's always fun when they reset all of your settings. But in any case, good evening! We are here again on a Thursday, and as usual, on Tuesdays and Thursdays, we are on DDO. Where last we left off, we had done the eastern branch of these quests here in Myth Draenor, and we will be continuing on and doing the other Myth Draenor quests, which includes the longer ones. And then we will move on to Giant Hold, most likely. Depending on exactly how much we have left to do as far as time goes. But I don't expect these to take us all evening, despite us starting slightly later than usual. But we also took level 15. And, unfortunately, I did not do my gear swaps, well, offline. So, we're going to grab some stuff from the bank while we're here. Hello, banker. Show me level 15 gear, please. Alright, we don't care about that one, or that one. We probably want Ether Band. So let's take a look at what we're grabbing here. So, probably going on Ether Band for the quest set. Well, not quest. Just for the set. We want... That's intelligence. That's a set piece. That's a set piece. How do you search based on level? You put it in here. And you just hit enter. That's why it says filtering. Level. Let's see. We get a defense belt. We get defense bracers. And let's see. Charisma ring. Other charisma ring. Okay, now time to decide how many of these I actually want to wear. So... this gives me the set bonus, which is nice. We get shield bonus, we get spell pen, we get the DCs, and all that sort of stuff. We lose some defenses because we go to robes from light armor. If we put this on, we lose 1 dodge, but we gain... Actually, we're going to lose Insightful Sheltering, too, if we can switch this out. But it does allow us to wear a different cloak. Unfortunately, we're not benefiting from a different cloak right now, so... let us see. So we go from 93 armor class and 459. Did I say 459? Yeah, 459. Okay, so it is a big improvement because I guess I didn't have a con item on before. So we gain 80 health, which is a lot. We do lose a little bit of... yeah, we lose 3 armor for like 80 health. That's definitely worth it. The question then becomes, do we wear this ring? Because right now, let's see, right now we have +4 charisma, I believe. And this only gives us 10 universal spell power, which to be fair, 10 stacking spell power is pretty good. So we can swap it out for this, and that should give us 4 charisma? Yeah. So 4 charisma or 10 to all spell powers. So 2 to DCs, plus the parrying. The blur doesn't matter because we're casting displacement anyway. I think we will take our charisma. Yeah. So we do have Malleable Scepter of Radiance that we upgraded at 12. So we have our Radiance, we have Insightful Radiance crit, because the Insightful Radius on this is bigger, so the other part doesn't really help much. We've got our Cold here, and our Force stuff is here. So if we wanted to just say, you know, I don't really care that much about 9 Kinetic War, I could say put this on instead and get Universal Spell Power. Because the Impulse of 59 is going to be overridden by the General Potency, just because the level stuff is that much higher. So right now, this is giving me 1 to off stats, or 1 to non-casting stats, because this gives 2 to the casting stats, so, and they don't stack. So right now, this is giving me 1 to Strength, Dex, Con, and 9 Force crit. I think the crit is better than 10 universal spell power, so we're going to toss this stuff in the bank. This doesn't go in the bank. That is my Voice of the Master. So we're going to have to actually remember to swap our voices on today. And I guess this does go in the bank. And yes, this would give us a lot more defense. So we'd go from 69.38 to 79.48. But, you know, sometimes you make sacrifices in order to pew pew harder. So we did get more squishy with these quote-unquote upgrades. But sometimes that's just something you gotta do. Yeah, okay. We should be good to go. Unless we're like out of inventory space. Now we got 40 slots. That's more than enough. Alright, and we're off. So before, let's take a look at this. We went up in this way, and we went over here and did that. And today, we're going to go that way. And then we're going to go up and up. So we're going to start off in the Ethereum today. Okay, our sound effects are a little loud. But we're going to adjust those relative to each other, and then I can control the overall output all in one place. Options.
This was a fabled school of wizardry. Apprentices flocked here to learn the arcane arts, back when the Empire was at its height. And here those apprentices died, during the titanic battle in which Mithranor fell.
Okay. Off we go. Not you. You. There we go. Hello, need more chai. Welcome. We're just getting started today. Alright.
The Red Wizards have established a base here, in the crumbling ruins of a school for the arcane arts. Time to find out why the Thanes have come to Mithranor. Carrion crawlers burst out of the rubble.
Okay. The combat sounds are still too loud for you. I'm going to be adjusting the audio a little bit in the beginning tonight because apparently when they patched, they reset all of my settings. So, like, all of my audio was set to 100%, which is a surprise when I logged in, to be sure, and not a welcome one.
The Red Wizards want to use the missile to channel the necromantic power of everyone who has ever died in Mythdrana. A grim
Just like,
plan
okay,
indeed.
well, for now, we're just going to have to adjust things as we go. Excuse you. We don't care about these guys. We do care about killing the Family Reaper. That is not something we want just like floating about uncontested. Actually, I think I'm going down first. No, we're going up first. I always forget the route in this one. I haven't run it enough times. Alright, you get tentacles.
This was once a student dormitory. Yet who knows what evil creatures have made this place their home.
How many in-game hours?
Long
That
years
depends
since
a
the city
lot
fell.
on various things. So there are a lot of ways to get bonus XP, and there are a lot of ways to... What? Why are you behind me? Why did I not see you on my way in? Did you spawn when I killed spiders? Okay, so there are a lot of different ways to get bonus XP. And there are a lot of things, well, there's only really one thing that affects how much XP it takes. So are we talking first life with all bonuses? First life with no bonuses? Full XP life with all bonuses? Like, these are, it makes a significant difference. I'm pretty sure I've gone the wrong way, but it's fine. It basically just means I'll loop around from the other direction. But, it also depends on if you are going solo or in a party. And, of course, it depends on if you are deliberately trying to speedrun it versus just kind of playing the game. So, yeah, it could take a very, very long time. Full XP life, really just voice and ship buffs. So, no Tome of Learning then. Like, lots of people will have Tomes of Learning because they give them out with expansion packs. So, no Tome of Learning, no pots, but of course I'm assuming you meant no pots when you said the, just voice and ship buff. Let's see, full XP life. I haven't really experimented with it, but if you are in a group and you have a strong build, I would guess...
It would seem that the Red
Alright, if you're in a
Wizards
group and you have a strong build, and you are trying to speedrun it, not necessarily like fully optimal, but like at least somewhat optimal, I'd say, I don't know, 12? But that depends on, like, really going for it. You'd have to check in, like, I know there are people who... Like, I'm pretty sure StreamTom does this, where when, like, hardcore servers opened, they would have a static, like, 6-man group, and they would level to... I don't know if it's just to 20 or all the way to cap, like... on the day that the hardcore server came out. So I haven't tuned into those particular streams. I'm pretty sure he has done that. And that would give you a more practical, like, actual tested answer to that question, because I have not done it personally, so it's harder for me to give a solid answer. Now, of course, if you're just kind of screwing around, or your build is weaker, or you're soloing, or you're doing any number of other things besides trying to go as fast as possible, then it can take quite some time. But the important part is, of course, that you at least enjoy your time somewhat, as it is a game. So, as long as you're enjoying the time you're spending, it doesn't really matter if it takes longer. Oh, I tried to tentacle, but it was on cooldown. Also, these guys in here are really hurting a lot. I've been taking a ton of damage. Makes me wish I had a res shrine. Oh, not res shrine. Rest shrine here. But yes, I have considered, like, it wouldn't be this Saturday, but
The Red Wizard let you sign to tap into the missile.
some Saturday, just starting a stream relatively early in the morning, chugging a pot, and just seeing if I could, well, seeing how many levels I could get, or streaming until I hit 20. Because with the build I'm familiar with all of my gear swaps in my bags from level 1, and like deliberately having a plan to go about it and minimizing downtime, I'm pretty sure I could get it within a day.
The Red Wizards
Also, resting might have been a bad idea. I got rid of all of my stacks of use for
This artifact is
stash.
of no use to us. Track down the last location of that wizard. Ongluth, was it? He was one of the creators of the Mythil. It will not be simple, but you are a necromancer after all.
With that, the Red Wizard stalks off. The time for eavesdropping is over. You've been detected.
Okay. Well, the first part went well. Now the boss fight, which is going to be more annoying. Hi. Go away, Mr. Bone Guard. You don't perform as well when you're in an anti-magic circle. Yeah, I have no idea what causes it exactly, but I have been hit by tentacles from someone else in the group. I have also been hit by my own tentacles. Like, recently, within the last month or two. I don't know exactly how or why, but it's definitely happened. So, it's unfortunate. I haven't been hit any this light. But it was relatively recently. Alright, now we're going all the way north. So we got a bit of a ride in front of us. We'll see if I can remember how to get through the time one, and how to not get lost in the you should really have a group for this one. Just like, so how long does this quest take? It depends. Do you have a group that can split in two and hit crystals on either side at the same time? If so, it's pretty quick. If no one's joined the group, then it's going to take a bit longer. Which is fine. I think those are... It helps add to the variety of quests, so all quests don't end up just being like, run down this straight hallway and kill everything you run into. and it gives more incentive for grouping, which I think is always a good thing. Well, okay, maybe not always, but I will say is generally a good thing. Oh. I've gone in a different order than I meant to. Okay, well, since we're here, we'll hit this one, but then we're going to have to go up and then back down again. Now, unfortunately,
somewhere inside
we're going to do this the hard way.
The grave of one of the wizards.
Like, the first time I did this,
it's time for a
I solved the puzzle.
you can find him.
And that's when I learned that it's not the same answer every time. There are like 3 different answers. So I didn't have it like written down because like there are 3 different ones. And I'm aware that at this point I could go to the wiki and see it's like, okay, based on this clue, this is the full answer. But I think I'm just going to shoot things instead.
Wizard's around here somewhere. No doubt you'll find him. It's not likely he's run off. Little graveyard humour there, you get that for free.
The groundskeeper isn't happy to be disturbed. She has no idea where this
Unfortunately,
wizard you're looking for
it's
might
all
be.
skeletons.
But guesses
And they
that
don't take
persistent
cold
smells
damage.
nearby might have
So
an
maybe I
idea
should have
where to
solved
look.
it, because skeletons slow me down more than most other types of mobs.
Name, career, and death date of these 4 wizards. Time, however, has caused them all to wear away. Perhaps this is why the dead remain restless. They have lost a sense of who they were. Something feels wrong. It seems that you've placed something incorrectly. The dead are none too pleased.
The dead tend to be none too pleased in general. Like, that's kind of their default state, I think. Well, I suppose their default state is dead, but you know what I mean. It's times like this, or rather, it's times like the last quest that make me wish I actually took the healing spell. Well, life drain spell, which is similar to healing,
But the information doesn't seem to match
but
the wizard you're looking
not completely like it.
for. On to the next tomb. You found the body of the wizard who helped make the key to the missile. Now, to learn its secrets.
Wait, what? I got one voiceover that said, "You found the right one," and then I talked to it and it's just
You
like,
look
"That's
over
not the
the
right
epitaph on
one."
this sarcophagus, but the information doesn't seem to match the wizard you're looking for. On to the next tomb.
Alright then. We'll go this way. We've only got 2 more left, so you know, 50-50 shot that we get it this time. We're getting a lot of use out of tentacles this dungeon, just because we don't get to do cold damage, so we gotta fall back on force a bit more. But at least the guys in here don't hit nearly as hard. How many more points would I need to get that healing? Let's see. Yeah, 12d6 positive energy healing. So, 1d6 is about 3.5 on average.
But the information
So,
doesn't seem
6
to match
times
the
7,
wizard
so
you're
it heals for
looking
like 40-ish
for.
before
On to
any
the next
scaling.
tomb.
Alright, well, it did take us until the last one, but the answer should be here, only because we've looked everywhere
You catch a
else
glimpse
that
of
it
the
could
word
be.
missile on this sarcophagus. This must be the correct wizard. The wizard tells you about a hidden cache where you will find everything you need. But he was maddeningly vague about its location.
So it's 40-ish. Then it gets multiplied by positive spell power, which we have
It's the bear you saw
230, so a little over tripled, so let's say 130.
Just as you are about to speak,
And then it gets
the
reduced
bear
by being a
walks off
Reaper,
down the
so
corridor. It looks back at you over
130.
its
I forget
shoulder,
if it's...
as if inviting
I
you
forget
to
if the
follow.
penalty is minus 40% or minus 60%, so it's down to 40. It's like, I forget which one is the penalty and which one is how much you have left. So let's just say in half. So it can heal for like 60-ish on a non-crit. So not terrible, given that it doesn't have a super long cooldown, I think. It's been a while since I've used it.
You see a figure
20
in
seconds.
red, hard at work searching through the graves.
Oh
He
god.
turns in surprise, then he catches his breath and whispers an incantation.
I hate the skulls that are just like, take unavoidable damage, take unavoidable damage. Especially because with the gear swap, we've ended up with a lot less magic resist. Because we swapped to robes, and when we switched out of the Feywild set, we lost 5 artifacts. And when we switched out of the belt, we lost like 5,
The red wizard falls,
5 what?
leaving the dead he
5
commanded
insightful.
finally
So
rest
we're
in
probably
peace.
down... Let's see, I don't think armors inherently give magic resist rating. Like, they inherently give physical resist rating. But I think it's they just give to cap. So we're probably down 15-ish. Alright, this time we're not going to rest because we're going to rely on our temporary
The path
health
has led you to a
cooldown.
hidden passageway. Squeezing through, you notice a glint in the wall in front of you. And notice that someone has gotten here before you.
Okay. I know at some point he'll summon the draining mouths. But... Yep, there's at least one. At least they glow red, so they're a little easier to see. And the Fury Reaper needs to go, because that's also unavoidable damage. The light burst from Colors of the Queen was certainly helpful there.
The red wizard falls at last. The bear squeezes into the hidden passage and walks towards where you saw the glint earlier. Examining the wall more carefully, you find one of the bricks is loose. You tug on it, revealing the cache
There we
the
go.
wizard mentioned.
23k.
Inside are 3 items: a scroll, a ring, and a note. The note seems to assume that the temple to Legolas
Right.
Enareth must be where you need
Now
to
we're gonna go head
next.
north and take on the big ones. Though it might be to my advantage to go and grab more heal scrolls just in case, but we're gonna be lazy and probably get punished for it. And you know, that's okay. We will accept the consequences of our actions. And yeah, up and over here. And then after these two, the long ones, we'll have one more left, which is the Everything is on Fire quest. Which we should do reasonably well in, given that we do a bunch of cold damage. But for now, we're not going to be at a huge advantage. We will just be in doing time.
strange note you found in the burial glen has led you here, to the temple of Labalus Enereth, resting place of Mithdrana's elusive god of time. Here, you should be able to uncover the secret of the key to the Mythal. You see a plaque against the wall. Reading it will be the first step on your journey. You pick up the box of artifacts,
Okay,
certain that you will need them later in your
off
journey.
we go.
The plaque states that to receive the blessing of the Time God, you must stand before the altar and pray for assistance. You feel a rush of power as you
Alright,
pray
so
at the altar. A
at one
fissure
point I
forms
thought you
in the
needed to
air
talk to
before
like
you,
X number of
through
people
which
in
you
here.
catch a glimpse of something that should not be
Alright,
possible.
that's the wrong one.
An intact
But
city,
it turns out you only need to
untouched
just
by ruin.
go through all the rooms
Stepping
and talk to
through
the dude at the
time
end.
rift, you find yourself in a pristine version of the temple centuries ago, before the city fell. Now that you are in the past, you should be able to learn more from the mages themselves. Your destination is the
Should
Mythal
be the guy
Consortium,
in here leaning
located
against the
across
wall.
street.
Yeah, there we go.
This is the city in its original state.
Just in
Grand and
time,
serene,
we go right here, I
without
believe.
danger or decay. Your destination is straight ahead. The Mythal Consortium. You enter the Mythal Consortium. People gather in circles, talking in the lavishly decorated foyer. Someone might have the information you seek. This person wasn't able to help with your search. However,
Okay,
just
we
as you
have gone the
finished
wrong
talking,
direction, maybe?
a rift appeared.
Maybe not.
After stepping through the rift, you find yourself back in the present. The consortium has fallen into a state of decay. Crumbling walls, and
Okay.
echoing halls surround you. You see the remains
I still
of what
say
must
stuff
have
casting
been
Meteor
stairs
Swarm and
up to
Acid
the upper
Well
level
is
of the consortium.
kind of rough in a level
You'll need to
13
find
quest.
another way upstairs.
Alright, pull the lever, go through the thing,
You hear a grinding of stones in the distance.
and the left is locked, I believe, so we go right. No, I am wrong. Unless this is also locked, in which case. Talk to you. Right.
This locked door is marked by a dim blue crystal. This door needs to be unlocked with a silver key.
Alright. So that one's blocked. That one's locked with a silver key. This is locked with crystal. Which means I've missed something. Because generally when you get to these sections, you can advance. But I cannot. So did I miss the silver key? This is the problem. Alright, let's go that other direction and see if that's where the key was. See, last time I was in here, I found my way through without really any difficulty. I thought this was a side path, but maybe it's where the key is. Because last time I got there, I had a key. Okay.
This
Nope,
door is
this is
blocked
indeed a
from the
dead
other
end.
side.
Alright, so... Came in here. We went this way, which is correct. That one's locked. That one's blocked. So we went this way. Open this door. Say, hey, we can't get up there, so we have to come this way. I don't think we can go outside here, right? Yeah. So yeah, there's nothing here. So we go this way. And this way, we find a rift in time. These people are not helpful. And if we go this way, we just run into a door that's blocked. And if we go this way... Oh, right.
The High Mages
there
who
we
lead
go.
the Mythal Consortium are involved in some
Another
sort of
case where you have to
secret
talk to a
ritual
person.
today. That must be the reason why you were told you
The
should
downfall
in
of
their tower.
many a D&D gamer. Having to talk to people and interact. Alright, we can't go through there, we can't go through there.
A secret passage has opened up in this chamber.
Oh, yeah, that's the one I just went through. Okay, I was like, wait, a different one? No. Unfortunately, we once again only have one way to go. I believe that... Let's see. Just run away from the air elementals because we don't like them knocking us down or anything. So that's one of the few places where there's a fork and you can get kind of turned around. Alright. Excuse me. Jeweled key. So come out here. One of these doors is unlocked by the jeweled key. Not that one. Not that one. And off we go. Okay, right. So this is lower section. Lower section's not that hard to figure out. I was just wondering, it's just like, the Blazing Bones, what wins out? Not taking damage from cold because they're skeletons, or taking extra because they're made of fire? And unfortunately, it appears the answer is, they're made of fire and immune to coldness. So, not only are they on fire, but you can't put them out. This is one of the worst kinds of fires. The unquenchable fires. Fortunately, we do have access to tentacles. And tentacles can just grab that fire and make it go away. Right, that's a rest shrine, which I believe we will use if for no other reason
Pick up a silver key.
than it gets us our sprint boost back, because we've already used all of them. So we'll take a quick rest here. Alright.
A portal has opened, allowing a horde of demons to enter. The last demon withers away. You enter an empty underground chamber. The sound of your breaths echoes across the high walls. You pull the lever, setting the blue crystal alight.
All right. Crystal is open, that means that other door is open. Now we just gotta deal with these, which is much easier because they actually take cold damage. Yeah, no. We're not messing with that. We can't pick the lock on the chest. Now, it is much nicer with something like cone shape here as opposed to, say, being a ranged character or using chain shape when it comes to trying to snipe the bats out of the air, because bats have an annoying habit of being small and like moving behind you.
You find
And just
yourself in an empty
generally making
courtyard.
it difficult
Just ahead,
to deal with
you spy a small
hitting them
withered
with small
sapling.
projectiles.
You drizzle water over the tree. You wonder how tall it will eventually become in Myth Drana's
So I've
present
never quite
day.
understood this optional.
Before you stands a dryad.
So we
Presumably
watered
grown
the
from
tree,
sapling you watered in
therefore the
past.
dryad wants to kill
The
us.
dryad crumples in a pile of leaves.
Like, okay. I mean, I understand that maybe the dryad probably doesn't know it was us that watered the tree, and we watered the tree, therefore it grew up old enough to eventually become a dryad, or be inhabited by a dryad. I'm not sure exactly how that works, but okay. Come through here. What we need to do is not accidentally go past the staircase. Alright, that's not the one we want. There it is. Blue crystal. And since that's the most recent thing we did, that's the one we go through. And this is the jeweled key. Yeah, there we go.
You unlock the door. In your present, there was nothing in this room but a jumble of bricks.
So the trick
But here,
there is
in
that
the
if you
past,
go to the right, you can
find
open a
an
door
intact
and
stairwell
it
leading to the upper floor.
unlocks something.
2 guards stand in front of this door. There are 3
Or
other
it unlocks a
doors
shortcut,
in
I
this
should say,
hallway.
so that other people can
One
catch
is
up.
marked with a yellow crystal.
But
Another is marked by
the
a
problem
green one.
is,
This door requires
if you go
a
that
gold
way
key.
and you don't know it's a shortcut, then you're just like, you've wandered and you don't know where you are anymore, which is how I ended up. Like the first, I think 2 times I was in here. It's like the rest of the party had gone ahead and I didn't know where they had gone. Excuse you. There we go. Because I went through that door, and when you go through that door, it's just like, alright, I'm making progress. I opened the door, but you're not, because it was a shortcut door, not the way forward. So, that's just something you gotta learn in this quest. I say like I'm good at it after getting lost just moments ago. Fortunately, I know it better than I used to. I don't have to check the wiki or anything anymore, but it can be a tad confusing. I was a little worried that it was going to hit me, because if you saw that little like white effect that came off it when it got at low health, that is it powering up. You don't want it powering up.
A mass of tiles
It hurts
sprawls
a
over
lot.
the floor in this room.
Let's do this way. And this doesn't work because those are all straight, so you can never get in from that side. And there we go.
The last rune lights up, and you hear a click. It
I was
must
like,
be the lever on the
wait,
back wall
do I have something
unlock
else
it.
to do here or not? And the answer is yes, you need to
the
pull the
lever,
yellow lever.
And the yellow crystal lights up.
Now we can drop down and be on our way. Which means going back here, going back here. Let's see, back through here, yellow crystal, there it is. Read the note. As soon as you read the note, this spawns, we go through it, and then we come here and a bunch of stuff spawns on us. Fortunately, once again, tentacles are keeping us safe. It's all tentacles ever wanted to do, is hold on to us tightly and keep us safe. There we go. Okay, so it does have a pretty long cast time, but it's very effective. Let's see. Is there something over here yet? No, that's where it is after we go through.
You find some shield guardians guarding a lever against the wall. They lunge forward as you approach.
It's already off cooldown? Huh. I thought that something like that would have a longer cooldown, but I guess it is only single target. Alright, it looks like we're going to get hit with the ads here, so we're going to pause for a second and wait for the ads to pass so you don't miss out on the quest any. I will see you again on the other side of the ads, so we're going to switch to our BRB screen. And everyone, you know, grab a drink, get up, stretch your legs, all that good stuff. And I'll see you in about 2.5 minutes, assuming that it actually starts the ad soon when it says it's going to start the ad soon. Okay, and we should be back. Welcome back from ads, everyone. So, we just got another key, or pulled another lever, I forget which. In either case, it means we can backtrack through here, because another path opened up for us. Not that one, of course. That one has guards on it. Maybe it was this one. Based on the map being dark over here, it was this one. Oh, and that's an air elemental. In fact, it's multiple air elementals. Oh, interesting. Carrion Crawler was immune to being frozen in ice. Not facing the ornate urn. Well, that's fine. I wasn't attempting to face the ornate urn, but sure, why not? Let's see. So let's see if we can manage to not get lost in the rest of this place. Ah, excellent news. We have once again managed to find the correct route, and we'll be taking the correct route. These guys are always a little bit healthy and hard to get through, but fortunately we are playing a very efficient class that doesn't really cost us anything to get through, which is why Warlock's in a bit weird because it's... Well, let me be more specific. Blasting Warlock is a bit weird because it's almost like playing a melee in that the majority of your damage doesn't cost like spell points or any resources. You just hold down a mouse button and it works. So that's one advantage to it, actually, as far as, especially something like, we'll say, new players who want to play a caster.
You find yourself in a well-decorated
because, well, a lot of new players, when trying to play a caster, are going to have a lot of problems with managing spell points, because that's just something that comes with the territory when you're playing that. But with Warlock, you get the ability to, you cast some buffs, you can cast some spells here and there, you've got stuff like tentacles that you can cast, and that all works out pretty well. Let's see, that one? Alright, so we want to go the other way. It is very helpful that on the map you can see like marked, it's like, oh, I just got an iron key. Alright, well there's the iron key door. It's right there.
This door
now of course, just because you can see it on the map doesn't always mean you know how to find it. But it's better than not having the indicator.
You hear a soft
also, left and right are optional. We're going straight ahead.
The way to the courtyard has been opened. You emerge into the fresh air of a manicured courtyard. There are two buildings on either side, but what stands out to you is the tower directly ahead. The guard tells you that this tower is off limits to all but those who have been invited. Flashing
now we get to just talk to these people.
Is enough proof to show that you're welcome inside. Inside the tower, you enter a sparsely decorated stairwell. 3 mages stand before a ritual circle.
Alright, we now talk to them enough that we can witness the ritual.
Have peace, Lord Engel.
And recast our buffs, because between running the quest and the ad break,
tell me,
it took a little bit.
Lady Eckhorn narrows her eyes. I'll accept your presence here, but should you get in our way, I will not hesitate to force you out of here myself. Lord Ongluth nods his head, fidgeting.
Right. So we just had to wait for the quest objective in the objective box to change.
Very well. I shall believe your theory. It turns out that the key to the mythal was not an object, but a man.
Well, not a man anymore, it's a bear.
Has been transformed into a bear and kept in stasis for all these years. all to protect his great power. The power to control the Mythal. The Srinshi turns her attention to the other mages.
Fellow casters, we have heard their tale. What do you say?
All right.
Should we let them stay?
The other mages nod. She turns to you.
We have urgent work
He's
to
been
do.
unbared.
We must create the key and seal his power. Speak to me about what is to come. To think that an adventurer from a ruined future would find their way to us centuries before everything fell apart. If what you say is
go.
true,
And
the
there
fate
should be
of
a
our
dragon
city
here?
hangs in the balance.
Yes.
We
Hello,
owe it
dragon.
a chance at a new life.
The mages begin chanting in ancient Elvish. The Srinshi shouts,
Under the legacy of
Oh, and displacement wears off just in time.
Let us weave his soul into the Mythal's core.
You know what
with
sucks?
the ritual complete, Sir Ildranath
I
can now
don't
control
have
the
a healing
Mythal,
potion.
sacrificing his freedom to keep the power safe through the years. He will rest in stasis in Ildranath's tomb until the time comes when the city needs his help. You have returned to the present. To your surprise, the Srinshi is waiting for you. She beckons you over.
Here we are once again. Despite the centuries I've spent wandering this city, I never forget a promise. We don't have a lot of time. We must complete the reversal ritual now before
Where's
the
the
red
chest?
wizards swallow this city whole.
The door swings open, and in walks Ildranath in bear form. He must have followed you through the ruins of the Mythal Consortium. The floor
Well, we
trembles
have no
as
way
she
to get rid
shouts
of this
in ancient
3.5
Elvish.
minute blind debuff.
Let Mythanthor guide us once again.
I
Key
thought
to
the
Mythal,
quest,
return
the
to
chest
us
was here,
once
but
more.
You and the Srinshi complete the reversal ritual, and Sir Ildranath returns to his human form. Now that Sir Ildranath has returned to his original form, he can use his power to help
alright, and now we have
defeat
the
Red
dimension
Wizards.
door.
Soon
Any
they
chest
will be
near the
driven
dimension
from
door?
the
No?
city.
Okay. Back through the dimension door.
A large and quite unusual dragon dozes in the center of the ruined
All right.
courtyard.
We're gonna put our voices
It moves to
on.
defend its resting place the instant it senses your presence. The dragon lets out an ear-splitting roar as it meets its demise.
There we go.
You see that a time rift has opened behind it.
Ah, there's
a
the chest.
dimension door has appeared in the courtyard. You return to the temple. Having completed
Alright,
your
27
mission, you can
minutes,
go back to the
because we
present
got
and
lost,
onward to your
and
goal of
because
defeating the Red Wizards.
we took an ad break.
You step into the rift
So,
and
not the
return
best.
to the
I've done it in like
ruined
20-ish
present.
before.
Yet,
Let's see if we
feeling
get
of
to remove
peace
our...
still
Hey, our
radiates
blindness gets
in the
removed when we
space,
leave the
as
quest.
if Labalus Enerath himself is congratulating you on a job
That was
well done.
special.
After your adventure in the past, you have finally obtained the knowledge you sought. You have found the key to the Mythal and
So
gained
this
his
one will
cooperation
hopefully
in the struggle
not blind
to come.
us.
Time
And if it
to
does, we
prepare
might
for your
just
final
deliberately die to
confrontation
get out
with
of it.
Troic Orgel and his army of red wizards.
Now, obviously,
You
the
enter a
other
dark
solution would be, well,
chamber.
just go back to town,
Only wisps
get
of
blindness
light
removal
trailing
pots,
in from
and
a few
or
flanking
heal scrolls,
windows.
as I said I probably should do
We don't
anyway.
come here looking for
But
the
then we
entrance
didn't,
to
and now we suffer
Ildranath's
for it.
tomb, where the key to the Mythal is said to be hidden.
And this is the one that's much
Find a
better when you
small
can just
lever
split
in
as a
the corner
group,
of the room.
because
Pulling
you need to
it
do 4
reveals a
crystals,
stairwell hidden
and
beneath
they're
the
in
floor.
opposite
You
directions,
emerge from the
so
stairwell into a massive chamber.
we'll do this.
Somehow
Now, it
left
is made a little bit
undisturbed
faster by the
as the
fact that we have
city
Dimension Door,
crumbled
so
around
we've
it.
got that going
The
for us, which
tiles
is nice.
creak
That's the wrong
beneath
way.
your feet.
This is the right
Your
way.
breath plumes around you in the cold, musty air. Further down the hall, you spot a group of armors. They slowly awaken at your presence.
Alright.
Shining pearls.
So once again, we have cold immune skeletons barring our way. But between the tentacles and the colors of the Queen procs, not a problem. Really? Dungeon alert already? I didn't think I'd pulled that much. Ah, here we go. Because we had extra guys spawn. You know, I'm going off the assumption I have to kill these guys to open the door, but I don't think that's true.
Sections of the floor in this chamber have crumbled, leaving only thin walkways for you to step across.
Oh, of course I can't do that. I tried to cast a Finger of Death on one of these, but wisps are not affected by that sort of thing. They have infinite spell resistance. And I don't just mean that as like, oh, I'm just going to exaggerate because they have like pretty high resistance. It's just like, no, they just straight up, anything that has a spell check,
sprawls out over the floor.
they make the check. Alright, so I'm just going to start off making sure that stuff doesn't hit the red tiles. Alright, yeah, we'll go this way. I think this way works. It might not work. In which case, we'll do this as well, just in case. And then we'll come over here. This has to go up. So we're going to go up and around and around and around and around. And then this one, we got to turn this one around. No, I did not want to shoot an Eldritch Blast. Thank you. I still didn't want to shoot an Eldritch Blast. So that's both on this side. Now I just gotta get them to this side. Right, we'll do it this way. No, that won't work. That'll work. Okay, I think that should do it. No? There we go.
With all the runes lit, a passage opens in the side of the room.
Missed one turn.
You hear the click of the door ahead unlocking.
So excuse me, I'm trying to go forward and you're zapping me. Alright, so I forget if this is actually a way we have to go or this is just the rest shrine. I think it's just the shrine.
You open the door into a chamber.
Yeah, just the shrine.
With 2 shrines.
Which isn't too bad. We might use that shrine later to get our boosts back. And we are now up to 15% move speed when we hit stuff with those spells. So we've got that going for us.
Defending the lever on the back wall.
Oh, there it is. I was like, why aren't the golems on the side attacking me? They should be attacking me.
The spectre
Okay,
vanishes
spectre down.
in a sputtering of flames.
Alright. That's one lever. And we do not want the dimension door yet. Because what we want to do is come in here and go this way. Because there are 2 levers on each side. I have made this mistake before. So you go in and you pull the lever and you dimension door back, and then you go to the other side and it's just like, oh, I only did one of the levers in the first side. Oops. And unfortunately this is one of those maps that's in multiple levels, so it doesn't make a whole lot of sense a lot of the time.
When you enter the room. On the back wall you see a large purple crystal that matches the one on the door at the front of the tomb.
Alright, and one of these Hellbowlers apparently is healed by cold and the others are not. Because we like to make things make sense.
From their posts and attack. The mummy moans mournfully as it dissolves into dust.
Right. Lever number 2.
You pull the lever. The purple crystal lights up, emitting a soft
Now we can
glow
go back.
in the darkness.
Alright, and we still have a couple sprint boosts, so we can use that to get on our way. And head over to the other side. So, yep, there we go. 2 crystals lit, 2 to go. Let's just double check that thing. This is locked, right? It is not. Interesting. This one, you do have to kill stuff to get through, though, so. This is actually beneficial because it means that we can just AoE these guys down while we kill the other thing, so. Good to know for future reference. I don't know, like, if that's something deliberate, like it's mostly meant to scare you, or it's a mistake with the hitboxes, but you just kind of run straight under the lightning in that room. Like, maybe it's a, this only hits you if you jump sort of thing. Oh, double reaper. Lovely. Okay. Are we gonna... Yeah, okay, good. Famine has been defeated. Just like, wait a second. There aren't mobs here to fight me. Also, I failed to point it out, but even if it weren't, even if it were your first time here, there is actually a seam in the floor there where it breaks away. And I don't know if that's deliberate. Like, if you're paying really close attention, you can see the trap by design. Or if I don't know if that is like a technical thing, like, well, when they made it so that the floor could break away, it just kind of shows because the textures don't line up. But either way, there is a visual indicator of where the floor drops away. So even just if you know that the floor drops away, but not where, you can see exactly where.
Defending the lever on the back wall. When it sees you, it attacks. The spectre disappears in a shivering mist. Used by a door on the side of this chamber.
Alright, lever number 3.
As you pull this lever, the red crystal above it starts to glow.
Oh, wait. Lever. And we get to kill more things at a time because we managed to open the door. Okay. This is the way back, which was locked before. We need to go that way, I guess? Right. This lever opens that.
You find a hidden lever.
Because this one isn't just the rest shrine room. So don't be fooled when you see like just the rest shrines on your map and think, oh, it's just rest shrines. That's optional. I'm fine on health. I'm fine on mana. We don't need to head in there. No. No, there is a lever in there that you need to pull in order to progress.
A group of gargoyles perches on a ledge in this wide room. You spy a large green crystal on the wall. It matches the one on the gigantic door at the tomb's entrance. The gargoyles rouse from their slumber and lunge towards you.
There we go. Red name comes down. Now he gets debuffed. Now this lever is one of the life force controlled levers.
The gargoyle screeches in pain as it crumbles at your feet.
4 for 4.
You pull the lever, setting the green crystal alight. Now that you've lit both crystals, the large door at the entrance to the tomb should
So now we go to the second portion. And both this portion and the next portion could be like quests on their own. Now, it's nothing like how long, say, old Temple of Elemental Evil was. But part of that was like part 2 of Temple of Elemental Evil had the RNG elements to it, where it's just like, where are you going to find the gem? Where is it going to be? Keep looking in elemental nodes, you'll find it eventually. Like, Of course, at least in that case, the more you wandered, the more XP you got from just killing things.
Blend into the rough cave stone. A large plaque leans against the back wall. There are 3 locations in the tomb where you can place the icon of the elves, the icon of the humans,
You guys gonna...
and the
oh, there we go.
icon of the dwarves.
Like, excuse me.
2 passages.
I'm pretty sure I need to kill you to advance, so if you could become killable,
open.
I would appreciate it. And I do like how they put the collectibles in front of each of these hidden doors, so that anyone with good enough spot skill...
A pedestal stands against the back wall. A large creature snores peacefully in the center of the room. You place the icon of the dwarves on the pedestal. You notice a subtle light.
He's sleeping peacefully.
emanating
We're
from the
not going to
stone.
disturb him. But if you walk in the white circle, he wakes up and you have to fight him. So... yeah. But yeah, as I was saying, like, even if you haven't been here before, you're like, ooh, a collectible. And you walk up and then your spot is like, hey, there's a hidden door here. It's like, oh. Which is really important because, well, the hidden doors are necessary to complete the quest. Which, not a lot of quests do that. But the good news is that the ones that do tend to have very low difficulty checks. It's just like, how much search do I need for this? And
pedestal
actual, like,
stands on a
optional
platform
hidden
here.
doors
You
might be
spy a
like,
black door
I don't know,
in the
what's my
back of
skill
the
at?
room. You set the icon of
Research.
the elves atop the pedestal. Its eyes flash white for a moment before
Yeah,
dimming.
I'm at 19. Like, actual optional ones might have a difficulty check of, like, 45. Whereas this one's probably, like, 20. Because remember that the 19 is added to a d20 roll. So, actually, I take that back. Because search isn't necessarily like that. Like, there isn't... If you can search a door, you will get it successfully on the first time you hit search. Which is not necessarily the case for something like traps. Well, sorry, for disarming traps. For searching for traps, I believe it is that way. Go. And this will get our last icon. I forget if I have to fight in here or not.
Revealing a room full of dirt and cobwebs. The pedestal stands before the entrance to a cave.
I still don't remember if I
A group
have
of
to or
etiquettes
not.
lunges at you. You place the icon
Probably
of the
not,
humans on the
because I was
pedestal
able to place it and it hasn't,
Notice its
you know,
eyes
blocked me from
flash
leaving or anything.
before returning to normal.
But I guess we'll kill stuff anyway.
Now that you have placed
Just to
all
be
the
more
icons,
thorough.
you must find your path forward.
And we're on
Deeper
our way
into
to the
the
next
tomb.
section of the quest. Which is this way. Wait, nope, this way. There we go. And our buffs are wearing off. Right on time, really, because this quest, I think, solo generally takes me about 20 minutes, and that's the 15-minute warning, because that's how long my buffs last.
You emerge into a calm clearing. Forest animals have taken up residence here. They graze and doze in its lush
And now we
greenery.
have,
You
I
see
think it's
two
just the boss
passages,
fight, and then the boss
one to your
long
left,
monologue.
The other straight ahead. This room is the heart of the tomb, where the key to the mythal is rumored to be hidden.
Touch it.
Before you is a strange
Do it.
magic device. It must have been waiting here, undiscovered for centuries. A wild
They're immune to
bear
the slow, of
runs
course,
out
but
the
they still
room,
take damage from the
startled by
tentacle.
your intrusion. How strange. You sense a faint drift of power ebbing from the artifact. Could this be the key to the mythal? Something happens when you touch the artifact. The room shakes. The statues against the walls rumble and move. Stone scrapes
Okay,
against stone
someone wants
as
to
the
join. Let me
statues take their
inform them
first
of
steps.
where it is.
Their unseeing faces turn toward you. ready to strike. The statues break apart. Once again, just mounds of stone. Suddenly, a group
Just
of
hit
uniformed strangers appears before you. The one in the middle of the formation steps forward.
Just as I anticipated. I knew that following you into this
library.
tomb would lead us straight to the key to the Mythiel.
The figure smiles widely, rotting teeth protruding from his
So
desiccated
we'll let him decide
mouth.
if it's worth it for him to come out for just
reckless
the
mortals fell
flaming
straight
library.
into their trap. It is fortunate that you were able to overcome the statue's power. You saved us the trouble of defeating them ourselves.
The stranger laughs. It is a strangled, dusty sound, as if his voice has been worn down over centuries of use.
I am Droic Orgul, Zulkir of Thay.
Okay, so
He bends in a
between
short
this one,
Soon our
and unfortunately I
forces
think
will
while you're stunned you
completely
can't swap gears,
occupy
we couldn't
the
put our voice
city.
on.
Once I harness the Mythiel's power, I will be unstoppable.
He chokes on his own laugh.
I have no use for dolts such as yourselves, so be gone from here. Expect your demise should we meet again.
You are suddenly transported away from the chamber.
Alright.
You find yourself back at the entrance to Ildranath's tomb. On the surface, you think about what the Zulkir said.
So yeah, that did give us
It is
enough to
only a
take
matter of
16,
time before
which
the
puts
Red
us in a
Wizard's
pretty good
forces
place to hit
overtake
Giant Hold,
Mythdrana, bringing
because if
even
we just do
more
all the
chaos
13s
and
first,
destruction to this land. For now, you must return to the elves' camp. You must find a way to thwart Thay's assault.
like it's a long ride
This
there,
city
it's like,
will
yeah,
not fall yet
same.
again.
We're just coming from
You
different
feel
directions.
that.
It's way south for me, way west for him. But oh yeah, as I was saying, so we should be able to do the Giant Hold 13s without capping. And then we can take 16 and do the 14s. Let's see. That's the Ethereum. Oh yeah, I've got a long way to go still. Well, alright, I'm a little bit too far west, so we'll adjust. Alright, and this will be the last one for the Myth Draenor before we head to Giant Hold. So that's good. But it is a downside to these quests as far as these things are considered. That the it's like you rode past me. Are you still going north? Okay, yeah, you turned around. Good. Like, but yeah, so we will be heading there next. But as I was saying, the downside to these quests is even if once you're in the quest, they're pretty solid XP, there can be a lot of writing, so it slows it down overall.
Dragon who watches the blaze with grave concern.
The Platinum Dragon's librarian has unsealed the entry into the library proper.
Hello, all you fire beings. I am casting cold. Get cold casted on you. I don't know how much extra it does. Maybe 50%? Maybe like 10%?
The last of the fiery foes falls, and the barrier fails.
Bard
The path
song.
to the sorting room is now open.
Yeah, we get blinded by actual quest mechanics as opposed to like the literal blind that the dragon hit us with, and we didn't have
Waves of
any
heat
way to
cascade
dispel
over
it.
you as you choke on the smoke billowing from the sorting room. More smoldering creatures are inside. Extinguish them. You've smothered all resistance in the sorting room. The way to the upper library is open.
He says he'll be able to get below the giant. I think that's an optional in here?
The archives here are untouched by the flames. Even though a fire giant stands amidst the stacks of books, he looks concerned, almost afraid.
Oh. Nice. He hits the optional for an extra like 400 XP. It's not a ton, but might as well if he can hit it. It's not like it slows us down any.
You can now access the upper library, but a particularly large Afriti
I actually had a group at one point that was unusually stacked, and we were hitting invitation to not invitation to dinner. We were hitting
quenched all opposition in the upper library, but the Afriti escaped through the portal. Chase him down
is
to
the name of
guarantee
that
he
quest?
can't bring any more of his minions back to the
I keep
library.
now that I thought of invitation to dinner, it's stuck in my head. Good evening. But it's the one where you're invited, and
You can
it's
see
the
Afriti
there it is,
gathering
tea
more
party.
of his
Yes,
fiery minions.
because you have an
Put an
invitation
end
to the
him
tea
once
party.
and
Invitation
for
was stuck in my
all.
head. But the group was so stacked that like 1 or 2 people ran to do the main quest, and everyone else just kind of like split out, hitting random optionals.
The library should be safe once more.
Which is not something you usually do in that quest, because the optionals are like, there's a ton of them and they're all over the place, but it's a kind of annoying quest, given that it's got a bunch of like demons and stuff at a level that not everyone is going to be able to actually hurt demons very well. That is a lot of nimble skills. Balance, hide, move silently, open lock, and tumble. Unfortunately, nimble skills are not very good because they don't include disarming traps. Alright. Yeah, actually, we might as well turn it in.
Billowing from a gigantic tree nearby caught
Hello?
your eye.
Would you like
As
to
you
let me turn it
approach,
in, please?
Something else
Thank you.
captures your attention. A large, shining dragon who watches the blaze with grave concern.
Alright. Off we go. We'll put up an LFG. I should probably run the anniversary at some point so I can get my D12. Just put that up, and we'll be on our way. We're gonna just sell to clear our bags on the way, but besides that, we're not gonna really pause for anything. I'm gonna come over here to the airship beacon, which I swear wasn't always here, but when they redid the Gatekeeper's Grove to actually be a place with a bunch of gates that are being kept, with like portals and everything, it's nice to have another access point. Take me to the giant hold.
The city of Stormreach is abuzz with the news that a ship has arrived to ferry
Alright,
passengers
so what are we
to
doing? We're
Shard,
doing that.
the city of towers.
That.
The ship's captain seeks
We are
heroes
grabbing
looking
a
for grand
hireling,
adventure in the clouds.
just in case we need it
Speak
to
Captain
pull
Alban
levers.
Dranmore in the Stormreach harbor to set sail for Shard.
Because while we do have a... There we go. Because while we do have someone in party, you never know if, like, their kid's gonna throw up on the carpet or something and they have to go. So, we will be prepared. Solo if needs be. Technically, I don't need to grab these quests now because we're doing the 13s, not the 14s. And I also don't need the hireling because, again, 13s versus 14s. But I think it's good practice to just grab them anyway. There's a lot of things you can just kind of forget to do, so might as well do stuff while you're here. Wait, no? Not you. I'll probably just sell you later, but right now I haven't checked you for anything else. to find out what's wrong with my mouse wheel. It keeps, like, as you see, like, I scroll down and it snaps back up. Probably need to clean it out or something. Alright, and we have 2 action points. We can either get another charisma, or we can get vulnerability. Or I can put 2 points in here just for the hell of it. Just for a little bit of potential healing. I forget how much it heals for. It's been a while since I've taken it, since it's definitely, like, we'll say suboptimal. And you can't maximize or empower it. Like, if you could maximize and empower it, it would probably be pretty good. Ah, yes, this quote-unquote bug. So if you've ever run into this before, and didn't know what was going on, like, why am I still in town? You can actually target both sides of the portal from here. So you see how our thing up here says, like, Ruins of Giant Hold? Giant Hold. Ruins of Giant Hold? Giant Hold. One of these teleports you outside to the Ruins of Giant Hold. The other one teleports you inside to where you currently are. So if you've ever wondered what that is and been like, what's going on? I keep getting ported back inside. Maybe I have to restart the game to clear this bug, which is something I have done before. Restarted to quote-unquote clear that bug before I knew what was going on. Well, now you know. It means you need to target the other side of the portal, which is a thing. It's probably faster to go around and just jump through the lava, but this way is fine too. We're not too worried about optimizing 5 seconds off of this run. I mean, at least not for now. Potentially in the future I would be.
The orc you
And we can
spoke
put
to
these buffs
outside
up
told you
and get
if
on
you
our
hurry,
way.
you
He
may
did
make
ask
the
in
lead
chat if it was
before
alright to
hunting
start, and I was like, yeah,
returns.
sure, go for it. And so he yeah, sure, went for it. So he's ahead of us. Ah. You know, I didn't know that stone shoes would affect the source sleds. Because I know they made you sink in water. I didn't realize they made you sink
The
in
orcs have
air on
fashioned
source
this
sleds as
wing
well.
Into a makeshift living quarters.
Oh, did he get the thingy? He did indeed get the thingy. Yay. Now I don't need to worry about healing anything anymore.
You hear the unmistakable grunts
Hi.
and groans of hobgoblins. The hobgoblins have been dispatched. What were they doing in the orc encampment?
Alright, so how much does this heal for anyway? 55. So with another point, it would heal for about 80. Which is solid. I probably don't need it, but I also don't really need, like, the more damage stuff from the tree either. So having an option to sustain health for times that they get through the temp health might be just convenient, even if it's not, like, optimal. And sometimes I will spec for convenience and, you know, quality of life as opposed to max
You
damage
enter
and
into
speed.
another wing that has been
Although,
converted
I
into
do consider
makeshift
speed
living
quality of life a lot of the time. Because sometimes it just feels bad to go slowly. And if you ever think that I'm wrong about that, and nah, it feels fine, it's not a problem, go roll a level 1 character without any
You
move
approach
speed.
Zekir as he charges toward
No
you.
quiver of alacrity, none of that. Just like,
Zekir
just move at
drops to
base
the ground.
move speed.
You hear a soft
And you will see
metal
very
clank.
quickly that move speed is a quality of life stat. Not that I think many people would disagree with me on that. That's not even just like this game, but games in general, being able to zoom around is often part of the fun.
The orc
Hey,
command
everybody.
post looms before you.
Also, I learned in Hardcore League that the casters in this quest can cast Disintegrate. So, that's fun. Alright, cast this. Where does it appear? Outside? Oh no, floating in the air. Casting Dimension Door inside a tent like that will often give you like weird placement because it like ends up targeting like the edge of the tent since you're inside it. Right, so now we are headed south to do the trolls. Trolls and maze. And hopefully I have enough jump. Because while my jump does give me plus 30, I don't have a ton of strength. Yeah, so 30 plus 7. Alright, I think I should have just enough to have capped jump so I can actually make the jump in the maze. Oh, actually, speaking of the maze, that is another one where having a hireling to pull levers can be very useful, so I was right to be over-prepared, because I had forgotten about the other thing that it could be preparing me for. I was thinking of Crucible, but also useful in Maze. Oh, and also useful in... well, okay, never mind. I was going to say also useful in Planes of Power, but that's also a 14, so that's not a gotcha. I could have still waited because we're not doing 14s yet. Alright. And the other benefit to doing like 13s before 14s is that even when you come back to do the 14s, we already have the teleports unlocked. So that's convenient. And... oh, you got here ahead of me.
I see the terror of our history when I look upon this battlefield. Giants have done great evil. I feel it in my gut. I fear we will do evil again if we are not stopped.
Stop. This is not Dead by Daylight.
As the troll gasps for his last breath, he utters something about protecting the leader and his generals.
Yeah, I think that changed. It wasn't super recently, but relatively recently, because I noticed that too, like within the last maybe year or two. And I especially noticed it when trying to solo Crucible. Like, you really need to hard target the valves or levers or whatever you want them to pull now. Like, whereas before you just told them to interact with nothing targeted, they'd be like, well, I'll try to interact with something. I don't know if it's what you want, but I'll try to interact with something. And often that led to them, like, sometimes running around or doing weird stuff. But now they just kind of, as you said, they're just, like, stuck and wandering. Alright, we'll let the tentacles kill them as we move forward. Alright. See, now it feels like we're moving slowly, even though we're moving at normal move speed. Because we got a little bit adjusted to faster move speeds.
The troll hurls a large, bulky object into the chasm, then turns and knocks an arrow. The first Blackheart general
We need to kill him
death with a snarl.
for the quest, and then we can do this and hopefully get it. Yep, there we go. Excellent. Unfortunately, our thingy is on cooldown. Oh, it didn't.
The second Blackheart general has been slain.
Grab the chest. Go. And one more dude to kill.
As the final general falls,
Well,
you
one
hear
more
the
non-boss
unmistakable click
dude to
of
kill.
a door opening.
You do want to kill at least some of these guys, because Orange Dungeon Alert is about the level where the buffs to red names are particularly annoying. Oh, and we wanted to kill the Reapers here anyway, so we've got that going for us as well. It looks like Twitch is telling me ads are going to start in like 30 seconds. Because we're with a party now, we're not going to be pausing. But fortunately, that means you will probably miss out on the first part only of the maze. So, we got to the very end of this one, and now it's going to run ads at us. And I will see you in approximately 2.5 minutes, where we should be, well, attempting and hopefully succeeding at the jump in Maze of Madness. Alright, where are we going?
A maze of ledges and rock. This land is steeped in mystery. Who created such a place? And why?
I'll summon mine too, just in case, since he said he also has a hireling for levers. I'll just have mine camp here, just in case, though. Oh, okay. Right. I forgot that that first lever does that. And we both pulled the lever. Yeah. I saw that. So it's just like, he's like, I'll let you in. It's like, I'll let myself in. And we open and close the door at the same time. Alright, and on we go. I forget if it's this one or not. It is that one. Excellent. So you do have a little bit of time there after you pull it. Have a jump. Oh, I was on it, but then I fell off of it. Unfortunate. There we go. I instinctively went, it's like, okay, time to take off my Featherfall swap, and then it's like, wait, I don't need to take off a Featherfall swap. I'm casting it because it's in my spellbook.
You have finally found your way through the labyrinth. Malkian the Mad must be near.
Interesting. He's splitting in a way that I'm not used to, but I like it. It's a good pattern. Oh, and welcome back from ads, everyone. This is a very fast quest, so we are nearly done with it. And I was just saying that the route that our party member here is taking is not one that I'm used to seeing, but I actually like it. I think it's a pretty good route. Particularly because he basically went in a different direction than I did in order to hit other stuff. And also, there was a thing with the levers in the beginning where the first lever works just as well as the second lever. So, oh, remnant chest. Dismiss. So you don't need to like try to send your hireling down that first section to pull the lever and back and forth and whatnot. You can just pull the first lever to let yourself in and let your hireling camp there, right at the entrance. It's very convenient, and the weird thing is I knew that that lever controlled that gate, but I hadn't ever considered it's just like, oh, so the hireling can just pull that lever instead. Oh, well then. Oh, that's that. Okay. That can move till later. And off we go. So now we're going to head into Foundation. Either he teleported out way before me, or I was going to say, or he has the teleport point, but he does not. He was just ready to go, and I stopped to loot a remnant chest. So he's going to make it there before me, which is fine. We're just kind of cruising through stuff together. Yep, we are heading to Foundation. I'm on Kenneth. You're on Kenneth. I probably should put that in like stream title or stream tags or something at some point, but yes, Kenneth is my primary server. I have various characters on various servers that I pretty much never play. They're mostly characters that I played on hardcore servers, and when transfers opened up, it's like, I don't need this character on my main server. I might as well toss a level like 16 or level 20, or depending on, you know, if I made it to 20 or not on hardcore. I'll just toss this character on this other server in case I want to have an epic level or a character who can farm stuff on that server. So that's how I ended up with level like 15 to 20 characters on basically all servers. But this is my main that has like all my past lives, and we are on Kenneth. Which is a rather long answer to a rather short question, but that's something that comes with the territory when you're going to be basically talking for several hours straight, is you tend to give very thorough answers because you're not really so much answering a question as you are using the opening question as a topic of conversation to move forward with. And I don't even need to cast stuff to get myself temporary health anymore, because I will get all the healing I need from Bard songs. Greater command, really? I love like 10-second crowd control. Oh, and we were lucky the trap isn't here. Because even with a bunch of past lives and a bunch of Reaper points, that trap can hurt a lot. Because it's like, this is a sonic trap. What does it do? It releases a wave of sound. And how much does it do? It does a little bit, sure. But the main killer is the fact that it's going to bounce up and down like 10 times. Alright. So where is the orange name dude? It's funny to see the dungeon alert just like bounce up and down as me and the other guy in party are both doing basically the same thing of running till the end and then just killing everything all at once. Oh. Unless it's a Reaper, in which case I stop to kill it a little more. I forget if my side or his side has the doubles. I think it's my side. Yeah. Okay, and I got a bunch of dots cast on me, including there being a Fear Reaper here. Which does make it more difficult to actually kill stuff.
The magic from the rune fades as Tinius the White takes his final breath.
And he is no doubt already on his way to the boss, because he knows what's up. He knows that I was already there, so what are the odds that he is, yep, well on his way forward.
A deafening hum emanates from the room ahead, rattling the door violently.
This is one thing that spells like Finger of Death excel at. It's like, oh, there's a bunch of archers on random platforms.
Loudly while ground shakes beneath his feet.
Archers and wizards and stuff. Nope.
A large sonic blast resonates toward the ground beneath Patrick the Maniacal. He loses his
I wonder
footing
what
as
they're
the
being
floor
immune
begins
to,
fall
because
away.
they're still getting like,
Notice the floor beneath Patrick the Maniacal is
because they're still getting frozen. So I'm not sure what part they're immuning when they're still getting turned into blocks of ice. There we go. So, but as I mentioned, topics of conversation. So, on the topic of servers, I'm looking forward to more details on how they're going to handle this 64-bit server swap. Like, is it just going to be straight up all the servers are going to get their own new 64-bit server? Are there going to be server merges? Are there going to be anything? Oh, quick question. Does anyone see a message in chat from someone named Immobile Elephant? Because I see it, but I don't know if anyone else can.
Carries someone inside here. It had a tiger face, full of hatred.
Because Twitch had it flagged as like possible spammer, and it was a spammer. But I don't know if the flag is just to call my attention to it, or if it hides it from everyone until I approve
A
it.
distressed female voice
I
faintly
think
calls
it's the
from deep
former.
within, her words lost in the
But I don't
chaos
know.
of
That's why I was asking. Message deleted. Alright. Hello, hand-like feet. Message deleted. Alright, so you do see it. I will say that on the topic of swapping shapes, I do swap back and forth between single target shape and cone shape. I don't generally take both cone and chain because there just aren't that many situations where chain is significantly better than either cone, or rather that cone or single doesn't like handle. Like, one example would actually be the quest we were just in. There are a couple guys on a couple different platforms. Chain shape would have probably been the most efficient way to get them. But there are few enough instances like that that I don't generally bother with skilling both.
are now clearly audible.
I'm pretty sure Enervating has like the same cast distance as standard though, doesn't it? You do. Standard is further? Interesting. I did not know that. that was a waste because our party member was here already killing them, so I didn't need to try to tentacle them. So let's see. I'm gonna look at that tree here in a second. That's right. We tumbled through the traps. I don't know if it helped any, but it helps me feel like I'm looking cool. And really,
more intense.
what's more important? Living, like, effectiveness, or looking cool? See, like, what are they immune to? It's like, immune, but also... Oh, I bet I know what it is. From the spell description, it also straight up kills fire creatures. So I'm betting they're being immune to the insta-kill effect for fire creatures. I keep forgetting that you can't really jump up exactly in the middle there. You can fall off there. Because, like, the rope, like, hanging thing is in the way. I didn't need to kill that guy either, but...
A rune is mounted above this lever. A second has been set into the floor beyond the gate.
There we go. But yeah, let's take a quick look here. Yeah, like,
The large rune
you can take it in the same tree.
the room open.
The thing is...
Screams
In a-
resonate through the locked door to the south.
Well, I guess it
Horrific
depends.
Echoes of torture haunt this room.
I didn't think I could actually loot that with all the stuff in here alive. But now that it's down to, like, only, like, 1 or 2 guys alive. Oh, there was a Reaper over there, too, that, thankfully, Bard Friend has annihilated. And this guy's also kind of funny, because he's a named guy, and I forget if he's a red or an orange name, and I couldn't tell because he died too fast. But he does not get, like, any, like, extra health for it.
A cloud of smoke engulfs Ursula.
We need to put our voice on.
Lothar the Insidious.
And there we go. That is all of the 13s, and we are ranked 78. Alright. So we are taking... Oh, and he's out. Excellent. So we are going to go take 16. And come back for 14s. And when we take 16, we'll take a little bit closer look at that tree for, we'll say, shapes and such. Okay, we want charisma. We want buff, concentration, spellcraft, UMD, and now we get into random other points. Intimidate. 1 to will saving throws. And we got a choice. Mass Hold or Arcane Tempest. Arcane Tempest. Okay, and we can look at this. So, you are correct that in a final build for a high DPS blasting build, you go T5 Soul Eater and Capstone Tainted Scholar for the crit damage. Which means, because you're not in the T5s here, there are a lot of filler points to put into this trait. So that is correct. However, right now for like leveling and stuff, I'm going to be nowhere close to that because I've got like points over here for sprint boost and all that sort of thing. Actually, because I put points over here for sprint boost, I've got 2 extra points here that I could move if I want to just drop myself 5 universal spell power and stuff. You know what? We'll get 1 point back. We'll still take that for the spell power, but we don't need like 1 to these skills. Okay, so we now have 3 action points, which is not quite enough to get T5s. So we will get 1 more point here, and we'll get the vulnerability. So because we did that, we're gotta grab the rank 3 one. And this is, if there's anyone new and you don't know about that, I had 2 points in this and I put it on a bar. If you put 3 points in it, the one on your bar is still the 2-point one. So if you grabbed it before you had all the points in it, make sure to pull it down again once you upgrade it. Alright. You know what? There's a group doing other 14s. We'll join the group. Groups are almost always better than solo.
The Silver Flame are looking into cult activity in the area. Your help would be greatly appreciated.
Alright, so off we go to join the group. Ah, I missed it. Demon optional? What demon optional? Theobald's Tower. Alright. They are not in Grim and Barrett, they're in Tower of Frost. I don't know if they're finished yet, because they are looting things, but there are multiple chests in Tower of Frost, so they might not quite be at the end. As they are mentioning the demon optional, and I think the demon optional is before the end. So, hello, Tower of Frost. Which is not a great place to be as a primarily cold damage caster. Disable the wards. Alright, so they still have 1 ward active. So we get to take the long way up, because the elevator isn't done yet. Oh hey, remnants. They made it in time for the demon optional. We got that going for us, which is nice. Let's see, you have to go through here to pull the lever. Go through here. Is this way? No. I have gone entirely the wrong way. It's this way. There we go. Storage level. We're making progress.
Waves of heat ripple from the salamanders tasked with guarding Theobald's laboratory.
Alright. Tower of Frost is one that I think somehow gets a bad reputation, even though it's actually pretty solid XP if you know what order to do things in. And you don't, like, end up wandering around. Now, it is one that I still do have to wiki for the part of it that's like the stage or the theater section. Because I don't have those memorized, like this place where you have to do the thing, and yeah. That one I don't know. But I mean, have to. There's a oh, let me dig that out for you real quick. So I have a clip from, it's a relatively old one because it's from the season that I got my footprints, which was like Hardcore Season 5, so like 2-3 years ago. But let me where is it? Okay, well, I'm gonna find it in a bit. So, but because on the topic of those disintegrate ones, I ate a full damage disintegrate from one of them in Hardcore League 1 year, and it is it was a close call, to be sure. Now this is another section that I don't know, like, from memory. Or at least I don't know when it's partially solved, I'll say. It's one of those that I can solve if, you know, I'm in the front of the pack because you know exactly where to go, because where to go is, well, wherever there are things to kill. But when some of the gates are already open, I don't know which way to go.
Multiple doors clang open nearby. Now powered by magical energy, the elevator is ready to use.
Okay. Elevator is open. So they can go down and grab the eye. Now we get to go here. Right.
You found Theobald, but the wizard is entombed in ice, standing before a
so-
howling portal to Rizia. Perhaps the manuscript at his feet describes how this happened. You throw the eye into the portal, and the troublesome gateway to Rizia instantly winks out of existence. There's a crash of ice and a roar of anger. Some visitors from the plane of ice are not pleased to be left behind.
It's just like everything. Excuse you. No, let's not blast them. It's like, wait a second. They are healed by cold.
You closed the portal to Rizia and dealt with the Rizian intruders. There should be
Alright,
nothing to
there we
stop
go, Tower
Theobald
Cross,
from
39,000
paying
XP.
overdue rent.
Now, where were we? Oh, there it is. There we go. 2022. So yeah, 3 years ago. It was a large burst of damage. Very large burst of damage. Okay, so I wonder if this group is doing more stuff? Or if I shall return to my... Yeah. I also have one captured of, let's see, what is it? What was that command? That one. That's how my bard died. 550 burst damage. Yeah, I'm down for an Age of Rage. Oh wait, this is House P. We need House J. House J is on the other side. Alright. Well, it's not exactly what we had planned, but as I've said many times before, I almost always prefer a group to solo. For a couple reasons. Like, one of which is it's just easier. Like, it's easier, it's safer. Like, it's more forgiving. Like, if you mess up, you're not just, like, screwed. You've got people to back you up. And, of course, in general, it is more fun to be with other people.
Just as darkness falls.
Even if you're not, like, talking a lot or anything. Although that does help things even more. Just, like, being in a party and working together on something, even if you're mostly just all doing it at the same time, as opposed to doing it together, if that makes sense. And this carries over to, like, real life as well. Like, sometimes you want to hang out with people and do it in such a way that you're constantly interacting with each other, and the goal is the social interaction. And sometimes you want to be around people, but you don't necessarily want to interact with them. And this can happen more with, like, if you're just, like, chilling, particularly if it's people you're really comfortable with, where it's less about interacting and you can just be kind of together but doing your own thing. And that's nice too.
We see new possibilities. That's what brings
both are good in their own way.
That feeling that
and I think it's good to have a mix of them too.
Inside some stall, a new life waits for them in the dark. Or, well, who knows? Maybe they just like the food. I do hope you find what you're looking for tonight, my friend.
And
the
smited.
tavern owner insists that you get rid of the thugs outside the blazing beacon before he'll let you inside.
Oh, what I did forget to do is I did forget to put the Arcane Storm, or whatever exactly it is. Arcane Tempest? Tempest, yes. I think Tempest is correct. I did forget to put that on my bar. So I think I will solve that now.
Rolo Greengrass should be willing to let you into the tavern now that the thugs are gone.
Spells, level 6. You. We're gonna perma quicken that here in a second, after we talk to this guy. Since we're gonna have to wait for this guy anyway. Okay.
Rolo agrees to let you into the tavern's side entrance.
That's a lot of healing.
Figures wearing fearsome masks guard the tavern interior. These must be the disciples of rage.
Get purpled, nerds. I got greater elemental weapons. It does not help me at all, but I appreciate the thought behind it. That's double Famine Reapers. It's purpled. They did manage to slow me, which is a little annoying.
The manager of the night market stands on a terrace overlooking the harbor, surrounded by cultists. Ah, you found us! Good, you're just in time. Happen any moment now. You must stop the cultists before they can carry out their plan. The manager holds up his hand, a strange smile on his face. Wait, do you really have no idea? Do you think that we are the ones behind this? The disciples of Rage welcome what's coming, but it's not our doing. We are merely here to celebrate the end of... Hold on. What's happening? To your amazement, the beacon that has always shone over the harbor flickers
There we go.
and goes out. The light that protected this city for centuries is gone. The curse that destroyed the giants has returned. You hear the cries of an angry mob in the distance. A riot has broken out on the streets of the city.
Alright, so
Do you hear that? That's
let's
the
see what we can
sound
do
of the
about not
future.
fighting everything in the world.
That is the sound of the Age of Rage. The sounds of
Talk to
shattering
everyone's
glass
favorite
and
friendly
screaming
neighborhood
crowds
mind flayer.
echo from the streets nearby. You need to alert the Stormreach Guard right away. They're the only ones who can end the
Hey,
riots. Something terrible has happened to the residents of this neighborhood. Some stand in place, ranting to themselves. Others lash out savagely at anyone who comes close. The Mind Flayer uses his psionic powers to pacify the enraged residents in and around the restaurant.
Oh, we didn't solve this ahead of time. It's fine. We'll let him solve it and we'll go on ahead a little bit. There we go. By the way, if you didn't know what solving that puzzle does, that's what it does. It turns off all the traps up here.
With a single mental pulse, the friendly Mind Flayer calms the rioters in the night market.
Hi. Get purpled. It's just funny that they all like... The spell effect on that just turns the enemies purple. Unfortunately, as Warlock,
The guard on duty
the
seems
follow-up
to be suffering from the same madness
that lets you
that affected
actually
the people
say,
in the night market. Quick,
hey,
ring the bell to summon the guards inside. You ring the bell, the doors fly open and guards rush out. For a moment,
and try
you're
to put
sure
up
you
some
found
crowd
them.
control stuff here.
Then you notice the fury in their eyes,
They'll even drop
and the
webs.
anger in their voices. The enraged guards attack.
Oh, wait. There we go.
The theft of the harbor
We got to
beacon
put
seems
our
have
voice
brought
on
down
just
a
in
curse
time.
upon the city. A curse that causes uncontrollable rage. You should return to the House Jarasco and warn them of this disaster.
So yes, always nicer in a group where we can run through and it's like 20-something K in 6 minutes. All right. Which one? Ah, yes, quarantine.
A strange vapor seeps off the streets, the result of House Jarasco's bombardment of the neighborhood. According to the healers, rioters treated with this substance will be easier to subdue. Elsa de Jarasco stands near a magic barrier.
So this one is a little bit weirder in that, you know, you have to subdue the enraged citizens, which involves beating them, but they don't die.
Giving you access to an alleyway to the west. You may now enter.
They ran past me.
You get the sense that too many people have been forced to live in too small of an area. Suddenly, shouts break out behind the portcullis. Shouts filled with madness and rage.
Hey guys, you wanna come here? There we go. Oh, wait,
The last of the cursed rioters in the courtyard have been pacified. Yet you can hear more shouts coming from the alleyway.
Dropping up AoE.
Haberdasher says that he knows of several others who bore no ill effect from the curse. The disciples of rage urge the crowd inside the plaza to commit greater and greater acts of madness. As you approach, you spot several cultists dashing into the alley to the east.
And now we get to the somewhat less exciting part of the quest, where we just kind of stand here
Watch out! They're sending
and
the mist.
pew pew at all the citizens who are spawning at us. I gotta say though, there's a bunch of refugees, so we're gonna like lob toxic barrels at them, is not my first choice for a humanitarian mission. And well, I get that they have been like infected by the rage virus and we need to calm them down so they don't like murder everyone. So they're not themselves, they're not acting as just normal refugees trying to live their lives. They are currently in murder mode. Still a bit odd that they had all these, they had this capability from the get-go. It's just like, well, what happens if something goes wrong with the refugees? Ah, well, you see, we have a large stockpile available to us of barrels with subduing poison that we can launch into the slums that we have forced them into. It's like, oh, okay. It's a good thing you're prepared?
You came here seeking a home, cries one of the disciples of rage to the rioters. But instead of welcoming you, Stormreach turned its head. Time to give this city what it deserves.
I love phrases like give them what they deserve, because they can be fun to use in different ways. It's like, give him what he deserves. It's a birthday cake. He deserves it because it's his birthday. Now, I have made the mistake of running this far in and missing a guy, and then that gate doesn't open.
By cultists. She turns to greet you as you approach. Welcome! With you here, we can spread the bliss more quickly.
Okay.
Join us.
Get trapped in the tentacles, and then pink. That's right. Tentacles and pinkness. A match made in heaven? Well, I'm not Celestial Pact, so probably not heaven. Probably a different plane entirely. But, you know, we don't discriminate. Maybe it's a good plane. Boink, boink. There we go. I wonder if they have like magic resistance, or like they just have damage reduction in general, or why they're taking reduced damage from everything. I wonder if there's like a plot reason for it too. Like the rage curse or whatever it is gives them immunity, because the disciples don't have it, but the citizens do. I wonder if there's a there's a plot explanation that they're taking less damage because we, the adventurers, are holding back and not hitting as hard. So it's not that they resist damage, it's just that we're not hitting as hard because we're trying to, you know, not hurt the citizens too much. It's been a long time since I've read the quest text in this quest, so I don't really know anything about whether any of these theories are based on anything in game, but sometimes it's nice to just theorize and be like, well, what could it potentially be? Wait. Oh, I was too late. I was like, wait a second, I don't have my voice on.
The resources provided by House Tarasco will now go to the people trapped inside the quarantine zone, as intended.
Interesting. That is a bow build cleric. Who still at least has like light cure all, but let's see. We want to put on this, and it's a swap for the necklace. So bring this out. So is he? Yeah, he's full cleric. French guild. What is it? A bunch of noobs? I don't really know French, but from like the Spanish I know, that's the closest I think I can guess that it is.
Pitch their tents outside the Stormreach city walls. Trading, the wind changes, and a sudden whiff of musky odor makes you both nauseous and angry.
Alright, so he's not by the river. Picking flowers by the aqueduct. Alright. We have a destination. And it's a convenient one, too. We just have to go all the way around here. Hello, Brawn Pits. Now, where is Mother Scorpion? There she is.
The Mother Scorpion fought valiantly to defend its last. You take the stinger, reflecting on the deep respect the Valkyrie Drow have for these creatures and their
that was
courage.
easy. I didn't actually expect to land the Finger of Death on it. But sometimes you get lucky. Hi, Brawn Pits. I'm waiting for you at your tent. Did everyone go and look for him by the river?
You lay down on the bed of furs.
All right.
Perhaps oblivion will take you for a spell, if you can just get past the anger that boils
Hopefully the rest
within.
of the party isn't trying to do like something different with doing a bunch of optionals here, and I'm not messing it up for them.
Touch nothing, Brawn Pits repeats as he leaves. Get some rest. I'll be back soon.
Now we just have to wait for people to show up.
By the forge, the fire giant stammers as he stares at you in disbelief. What are you doing here?
All right. Oh, cloud spirits. Might as well, like, at least give people some warning. Oh, wait, I told other people to put voices on, but I hadn't put it on myself. Hooray! Looks like we got an ad starting up in about a minute. But again, as we're in party, Can't pause online games. It's what, at this point, generations of young gamers have been trying to convince their parents of, although that should have hopefully not been a thing anymore. I would hope that most adults who are of childbearing age at this point are aware of, you know, online things not being able to be paused. It's one thing to, we'll say, not be able to be really technically competent and know how to use things. It's another to have, in the year 2025, not realize that online games exist and they cannot be paused. Now, of course, depending on the situation, if you have a more savvy parent, they can simply change the thing to, well, tell them you have to pee or something.
It looks like you're in the right place after all. These documents show there's more to these Cartwrights.
It's like, we'll take the lever penalty, I don't
Perhaps
care.
you can find other papers that will tell you more about the Disciples of Rage. Pressure builds behind your eyes as a massive headache sets in. You feel restless and agitated.
Take the lever penalty. If you're really that good, you'll be able to get your rank back, no problem. And if you're not that good, then you deserve to D-rank.
Pain
and ads have started.
Your head, and your vision tinges red. A burning rage overtakes you. A rage that can only be quenched with destruction.
We're destructioning things. Destructioning all the things. Oh hey, someone's disarming traps. Nice. Missed the corner.
The pain subsides, and your anger rapidly fades. You need to finish with the Disciples of Rage quickly, before the madness can take hold again.
Alright, now we kill a bunch of bears.
The cultists' strange experiments are not as inert as they seemed.
Oh, hi everyone. Welcome, iHorrors. And another benefit of Warlock over some other casting classes. You can totally keep blasting while silenced and in anti-magic zones.
More eye horrors occupy this hallway, almost as if they
Like,
were
oh no, I'm silenced. Anyway, I'm gonna do most of my damage still. Now, of course, if you're more of a DC caster, then maybe you have a little bit more difficulty with that. But at least you can always still blast them. Is everyone in? Yep, we got
A
4
strange volume floats over the altar. This must be the book the cultist mentioned.
Let's see. Recast displacement. I mean, I guess I've been doing it so
The
far.
book is
So.
instantly
All right,
engulfed
off we
in
go.
flame. Yet before you can congratulate yourself on
The
a job
ads
well
are
done,
apparently done in
the
15
burning
seconds.
tome emits an intense
So
pulse
let's
of arcane
see
energy.
if the boss lives long
The
enough.
destruction of the book has brought forth a guardian.
Now you've done it.
Cries the book's guardian.
These cultists were quite useful. Not to be
Nope.
delicious.
Nope.
Lord
Did not.
Delishiro.
The boss did not quite live through the ads.
You've destroyed the headquarters
We
of
started,
the Disciples
and it
of
said it
Rage,
had like
and
15
broken
seconds
their
left
link
on
with the
ads,
insane
and
Lord of Eyes.
unfortunately,
Yet the city is still
it did not
gripped by the
survive.
ancient curse that
I suppose
destroyed the giants.
fortunately, if we did want the
Cult
boss
is
to
gone,
die.
but the
But
rage
welcome back from
remains.
ads, everyone. We have finished the Age of Rage, or at least the quest named Age of Rage. It's a little odd that the quest that has the same name as both the pack and the, like, well, it's not a saga. We'll say the story arc. Normally, it's the last quest in the chain that will bear the name. But this one's just like, nah. we're going to put it the second to last one.
You arrive
Why?
at the outskirts of the Drow settlement after a long
Because we
trek
feel
through
like
the
it,
jungle.
I guess.
Now to see if you can convince this wary tribe to part with Fulkur's gift. The Drow guard looks you up and down, then motions you over.
Our cleric
The guard
archer
tells you that the Drow temple
needs
is
to
normally forbidden to outsiders.
grab
If you want to
arrows.
get inside,
It has
you'll
been
need
a
to seek
while
the
since
favor
I
of the
played a
3
ranged
Scarlet
build
Elders of
that
the
didn't
village.
have,
The
like,
cavern
magic
opens
returning
out,
arrows.
revealing a clearing that contains a small Drow
I've
settlement
played, like, Inquisitive, and they get summon bolts. I've played a Horizon Walker, and they get summon arrows. And, yeah. So either he doesn't have Horizon Walker, didn't want to spend 2 points in Horizon Walker, or doesn't know that he can spend 2 points in Horizon Walker for returning arrows. Or he knows, but he just doesn't want to. He, like, wants to use special, like, acid or lawful slaying or any of those sorts of things. Like, he's specifically doing it in a way that... Oh, that's a Famine Reaper. Okay. We're not going to bother with the unlock thing there, because we still got a lot of running around to do, and we can't unlock things anyway. I'm just going to keep hugging this right wall until we find all the Umber Hulks. And use that as an opportunity to kill scorpions so we get that dungeon alert chip down too.
You hear an eerie chittering sound coming from the chamber ahead.
And we move behind him so we don't get stunned. Alright, 2 down. Any Umber Hulks down here? No? Okay. We'll just use the fact that these puddings are alive to get procs on our extra speed. And moving on up. Okay, no more Umber Hulks down this side either. Drop tentacles on them, so hopefully it kills them and keeps Dungeon Alert down. Because while I can survive Dungeon Alert pretty easily, I don't want to inflict Dungeon Alert on the rest of the party when they may or may not want it. And it's one reason that sort of discourtesy, we'll say, I think is one reason that quote-unquote Zergers draw animosity from other people, is the whole, it's like, I was trying to do my best and help out, and they pulled red Dungeon Alert, and I got surrounded and died from all the guys that they ran past. Which is just not a good experience. And sure, you could say it's like, well, skill issue or whatnot. And maybe they would be right. Probably not. But I try to not make things more difficult for other people in my party when we're in a co-op game. And I think that's pretty standard. Or if it isn't standard, it should be.
Making the air thick and stifling.
It is co-op. Or well, I'm going to say it also holds true for competitive team games. But you know, you try to make things easier for your side and harder for the opponent's side. Not the other way around.
The lever is pulled, and the gate blocking the temple entrance opens.
Okay, so we have chosen to all go to the same side, which is fine. Which one do I want to do? I guess I'll go try to do the puzzle one. It's annoying, but someone's got to do it. And it's unfortunate because it has the weird mechanic to it, and it's a 5x4 board. And I can solve 3x3s easily. I can solve...
The third elder grants you his favor.
I can solve a 4x4 even easier. 5x4, not so much.
The Scarrow Elder asks you to find 5 luminous mushrooms in the jungle to the southeast. The skeptical Scarrow Elder says you must pass the Hunter's Trial,
puzzles
which starts in
are
a
easy.
cave to the east.
The next puzzles after that are, let's say, less easy. Because the first ones are just the Simon Says sort of puzzle. Alright, we got corners. What next? 1, 2. Alright, we got a little like zigzag Tetris block here. Alright. One down. Oh, someone's already doing the one on the other side. That's convenient, saves us some time. Oh wait, that's not what I wanted. Ugh. Don't know how to solve the 5x4. Boop. Boop, boop. Ugh. One off. They're invisible, but we got them anyway. And Fear Reaper. Which is no big deal, because everyone's here to shoot it.
As the last piece clicks into place, the
There we
barrier
go.
blocking the tunnel fades.
Alright. So we're just going to come around here. Tentacle this group. I wonder if I'll get more monster manual experience for the plants here. I've already killed a decent number of plants in other quests, so maybe not.
The jungle floor rumbles to life as a massive, shambling mound rises from the muck.
Oh, I accidentally pulled him out of the Arcane Tempest. It's unfortunate, but we will survive.
The shambling mound has been destroyed. You can return to the village elder and boast that you've completed the Hunter's Trial.
There we go. And now we get to wander around in the maze. It's not
You'll
too
found
bad a
favor
maze,
with the
but
second
it
elder.
is difficult to see because of, well, because of the everything, really. But mostly just because of how everything is positioned, and it's very tall and narrow. So, like, if this were a maze you were solving from top down, it would be incredibly easy to find your way through. But we're not top-down. We're first-person, so it is somewhat more difficult.
A deep, rumbling growl can be heard drifting through the thick jungle.
There we go. But yeah, the different side, we'll say side sections in here are not super... Like, it's easy to miss one, and if you miss one, it's very hard to know which one that you have missed. So we're just going to do the traditional maze finding approach of essentially putting a hand on one wall and just sticking to that wall until we make our way through the maze. Which, for a maze like this that is actually fairly simple in layout, works perfectly fine. Oh look, a luminous mushroom. This should be, yep, there she is. Oh look, lots of debuffs.
The massive cat falls with a final defiant roar. You've collected all the luminous mushrooms for the village. Time to deliver them to the Elder.
Alright. This is probably a longer run than actually just leaving the maze. Between the length and that end fight, you haven't done it in years. Well, if the party splits so that you have like 1 or 2 people doing each of the Elder's quests, it's not actually that long, but I'm pretty sure you've said in the past that you mostly solo. But the end fight can be pretty rough, yeah. Like, it's one that I would probably be more likely to skip, like if I were solo, but among other things, I'm on a class that has a lot of survivability. I'm on a class that isn't affected by anti-magic, which is a big thing for this.
You have earned the favor of the
we're in a
First
group,
Elder.
so
You've earned the favor of the village elders and convinced the guard to open
yeah,
the way
it's
to
a
Volkur's
pretty
temple.
solid reason
It
to
lies
do
the
this
southwest
quest.
of the village.
Because the main things that are difficult about it shouldn't affect us too
The smell of
much.
smoke fills the air.
Now that said, we could still die. Because one of the other major things that is a problem is, well, basically just, that's a lot of force damage. And we are not immune to, that's a lot of force damage. Now, we are better able to handle it because we can just run around blasting all the little eyes. And we didn't rest so that we maintained all of our stacks so we can use Staunch a bunch.
The cultists
But
are definitely here.
yeah, we're just going to wait for the rest of our party to get here because this is not one that we want to just, like, run straight in. Like, would I succeed if I ran in alone without the rest of the party? Probably.
Sheer chaos leaks into the room through the portal. Dangerous pulses of Zorian energy drift through the temple chamber. The multi-eyed monstrosity roars. A barrier of solid light engulfs it, shielding it from your attacks.
Alright. Oh, bad time for lag. Bad time for lag. Right, where are... Alright, so I'm just trying to make sure that we keep eye spawns to a minimum. I think our archer is doing similarly. Archers are pretty good at just picking off a bunch of individual eyes as they spawn all over the place. go. We kill these, and then we can AoE down the eyes that they spawn. No big deal. There is another way to do this fight in a more controlled way, because a bunch of the spawns happen when the boss hits specific breakpoints. Are you kidding me? I go straight from being hit by Irresistible Dance to the Resistible Dance?
The Eye of Rage gurgles one last
But yeah, as I was saying, there
floor.
are...
You are now free to claim your prize.
Because he spawns
A
ads at certain
treatment for the madness
breakpoints,
of
you can
crowds
slow
with
DPS the
Netflix
boss
storage.
and kind of have more control.
You have retrieved the vial of the Vulkur's gift venom for House Jurasco.
But yeah. Now, the plus side is that there are some pretty good rewards for running this, particularly if you want a Scimitar or a Falchion. Because Tail of the Scorpion, which this guy got, very good. Keen, Vorpal, Medallin, very nice. And last life, I was using one of the Scimitars out of here, which is basically the same as Tail of the Scorpion, but on a one-handed sword. So, yeah, it's got some good drops, but it is significantly more difficult than most other quests at this level. Alright, so this party is breaking up. And we will go back to our original plan. We should have just enough time before the end of stream to hit our giant hold 14s. Change our level range to include 16. Update party. And we can be on our way. What is this? Oh. Oh. It's fast. Send me into giant hold. We do need another hireling because our last one timed out. And we do have 2 points. So we can get burst damage. We can get Eldritch Wave, which is nice. I'll grab Wave. Although crit would have probably been the better option. Always on. There we go. Storms. Fist. All first. Ha! Typed it at the same time. Yeah. Short cooldown. It can be meta magicked. It's very good.
I rested for the night here when I first arrived.
We're not going to do the
I
public
see
thing,
the hobgoblins
because
have
if you put
fortified
public
this
in,
area and put
then
it to
what
good
happens
use.
is it takes your party thing down as soon as the quest completes. And if you want to put it back up for the next quest in the chain, well, you got to go and do that manually again. Or wait until you get to the particular quest.
You want the job? We've got a deal then. God,
Talk to him first so we can kill these guys while we're waiting for him to make his merry way
With that,
out and opening the door.
hobgoblin disappears into a passage in the wall.
What? I could have sworn that I passed that. Oh well. We'll pull the lever just because. You're healing? How dare you? That's impolite. We're going to cast pink on the named dude we have to kill. Truly the most terrible spell of all, pink. It's super effective against men who are really worried about how other people see them. Let's see. Actually, I think these orange named guys, as long as they're not like the wrong kind of champs. Excuse you, let me target him. Yep. They can be insta-killed. Very convenient. Just gonna come in here. Wave at everyone. That's not really a useful way to cast that. It's just like, I'll do this, and it's like, wait, no, that was a waste. That's not useful. Hi.
The last conspirator falls. It is time to find the giant's relic that brought you here.
There we go. Here I go, murdering again.
As the rusty door swings open, a cry issues from beyond it.
King Bendex has ordered your death.
He can order all he wants. Doesn't mean he's going to be able to. He's given his orders. Let's see him carry them out.
Gardak cries, emerging from a secret passageway.
You have given me what I want. No reason to let you live.
There we go. Now we head to Crucible. And then we can hit Madstone, Top, and Tor. And we're not really going to overcap because, well, Crucible and stuff does give a lot of XP. We've got a lot of extra room here. We've got like 4 full ranks, and I don't think 4 quests are going to fill 4 ranks, even if one of them is Crucible.
Oh, regal. This dragon looks. How base is my reflection in its side.
Summon you here because we can summon you in the
Would
middle
that I
of the
could
dungeon.
bathe myself in fire here. This pain I feel would wash away, along with my flesh.
You are greeted by growls, insults, and mocking laughter from the veterans of the Storm's Fist Horde.
Alright. Gotta get all these socials done. That is an advantage. Just like we are a charisma-based class, we can hit socials pretty easily. And it helps that I had already pulled the golden guile out of the bank. Okay. Oh, there's more crates over here. Do not suffer a crate to live. appears that he is also making sure to get all the crates possible. And it's very nice that I can just break these kind of like as a drive-by. Don't have to get as close as melee, don't have to have as precise targeting as ranged. It's really quite convenient. Right, so we're gonna head over here. Pull this one. No, stop that. You. Follow. Stay. Passive. Okay. Alright, I'm gonna break these
Beyond
so
the
I can't
barred gate, a
target
crystalline
them.
horn rests on
I'm
a
trying
pedestal.
to target the thing. Alright. Disable auto-targeting. Now, even if I do manage to mess this up, 1, I'm in a party. 2, I have Dimension Door. Go. Alright, don't have a crest that fits that song. This is fine. Theron will probably be fine. And we have an actual human on K, so that makes it easier. Or harder, depending. Alright, harder it is. Humans are, we'll say, have a higher variance. Because they can be much, much better than hirelings, but they can also manage to be worse than hirelings. It's just like, I typed the thing, are you gonna hit the button? Please? Alright. One more to get me out of here, and we're good to go. Theodore is huge in this quest for just that reason. Yeah, it gives you, we'll say, margin for error. Like, it lets you mess up, but it lets you recover and not get trapped if you mess up. Which is very nice. Especially if you're like just learning it and you don't quite know how to get it done. It's just very convenient to be able to say, it's like, okay, even if I mess up, I can start over. It's fine. Alright, well, I took a bunch of damage from the trap there.
The gilded dragon head next to the door has a hole where its horn used to belong.
I did take the non-optimal healing spell.
Strong currents tug at your feet as you step into the water.
I wonder if I'm going to do the swimmer he is. He is monk, so he has evasion. But I don't know if he's willing to do it. Which is really probably the biggest thing for the swim, is being willing to do it, not necessarily like if you have the stats for it.
Chamber of Agility.
Well, part of it is having the stats for it, because if you don't have the stats for it, and you don't know it very well, you kind of just die. Like, I'm probably going to take a bunch of damage here. Yep, there we go.
The Horn of Agility rests here, apparently unguarded.
See, I've never really used pots that much. I probably should have. Especially back when, like, Fighter didn't have Second Wind.
The floor of this hallway has collapsed. The broken bodies of several orcs lie below.
Oh, he fell. How unfortunate for him. Like, do you use the really, really good pots, or like cure critical, or what kind of pots are we? Oh, lucky, lucky today. First try. You're serious? You can't get this in the marketplace, can you? You need to go to the guild vendor? Or are those ones that you can get in the marketplace? Alright, we should be good to go. Now, the trick with this one is that if you mess it up the first time, it gets harder.
Bank of 7 signal crystals above
Unless you go around and manually reset it. E1, R2, G3. G3. Right, so he was in that other corner. He's moving to another corner.
As the puzzle wheel
Alright, he did get it. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Okay, you can get it from the potion shops in the various Dragon Mark houses. Nice. You know, if I hadn't left my hireling in the maze to die, hirelings can also be used underwater, which is something I've done before. I forget, heroic ones don't give evasion underwater, do they? No. Epic ones give underwater evasion, but heroic ones just give underwater breathing. I should have given myself temp health before I came in here. Just in case. Oops.
A lever juts from the base of the wall on your right.
Ow. Ow.
The swift current churns as it makes its way around several stone obstructions.
Thank you. Now, of course, if I'm on an evasion class, I'm running straight through that fan. But on this one, not so much.
A glittering pile of treasure is surrounded by agitated gnomes.
Horn of Endurance. And of course, we could D-door out here, but I'm pretty sure it's faster to swim. I mean, obviously it's safer to D-door, but I'm not too worried about taking a couple hundred damage. I took like 80. Yeah. Took like 150 damage. No big deal. I say before I get like jumped on by a Reaper or two in the next fight and die because I wasted too much health by being impatient.
A hobgoblin furiously bangs an alarm as you approach the arena.
I cast Pink Tentacle. Alright, off we go. Could we have rested? Yes. But we didn't.
You hear Grogan the Bugbear's growling voice.
Welcome, warriors of the Storm's Fist, to the arena of power. Your champions survived their trials. You all won your place in the Horde. Now, these maggots must do the same. The new
it's not the fastest Crucible run ever yet, but we should be done in under 15 minutes, which isn't too bad for Crucible.
They will be hammered by Gorn Gutchewer. He's not just crazy, he's a blood-guzzling champion of the Dragon Below. And they'll face the lead. Lord Jorgandal wants no weaklings in his horde.
Okay, we're ready to fight.
Soft-looking traitors to Stormreach survive the arena of power. Today, the Storm's Fist horde will welcome these new recruits. Let the battle begin.
All right. We'll grab our fungus. Put on our voice. And finish up. Oh, look, a crate. $63K. So yeah, just barely under 15 minutes.
Oh, Regal, this dragon
It's faster to double recall and port.
How base is my reflection in its side. Would that I could bathe myself in fire here. This pain I feel would wash away, along with my flesh.
Flesh! My flesh.
Some of these lines are delivered, we'll say more strongly than others. Oh yeah, rank 82, so we'll probably be rank 83, not quite rank, we'll be a decent chunk into rank 83, not quite 84. I think, by the time we're done with these.
This is a place to avoid. The crater here will drive you mad, and only death will bring peace.
He's on.
On a bluff high, a blaze calls out after you. Find the seers. Help them stop this madness before we tear
All of these
ourselves
guys.
apart.
Before the waves of dudes will spawn here. And unfortunately, we have one of the caster dudes who goes invisible and just wastes your time. Come on back. Got him. That's Plague Reaper. Why are you here? Okay. Alright. We told him in chat that we were going to skip ahead to the second seer. Because he is melee. And melee means that he can do the first seer easily. And the second seer is a massive pain. So we're going to skip ahead
An
to the second
insane
seer.
fire burns in the eyes of the giants as they turn towards you. The bluff seen from the crater floor lies ahead.
You didn't know about that shortcut.
A shimmering
Now you
magic
do.
crystal
You need
at its top.
close to max jump to use it.
The dust and
but
debris
it's
underfoot suggests
totally a
this
doable
passage
jump.
has gone undisturbed for a very long time.
Alright. These guys are skeletons, and therefore immune to cold.
The gate opens, and a maddened giant seer comes
Hello,
charging
Madstone
out.
Enchanter. Out of range.
The madness overcame me, says the seer.
Alright.
Better now. Time to find the crystal.
Ah, boo. He's Shadow Marked. Shadow Marked are immune to insta-kill effects. Or, you know, yeah, they've got Death Ward, basically.
A bright cascade of lava plummets from a height. Below, it forms a river of heat
We'll get a
that
little bit of
winds
dungeon
into the
alert, not
crater's
too
gut.
much.
4 natural ramps rise
Make this
up
a
to the
little bit
central
easier on
crystal.
us.
This will be a difficult position to defend. Crystal must
Hi.
be destroyed, says the
Blur.
seer. Ready when
Invisibility.
you are. The seer turns to you. I do the ritual. You keep me safe.
Unfortunately, you cannot cast invisibility on them in epics.
A gateway slides open, and beyond, a living giant bellows in rage.
It looks like we're gonna have ads around the time that we finish defending this guy in a minute or two, so please be aware of that. At least that is
The
what
seer calls
Twitch is
out,
informing me of.
"These guardians are some
And if you didn't know
magic,"
that
says
cone
the seer.
shape
They
actually has a
protect
pretty
the
big
south
vertical hit
crystal.
radius that, you know,
Come
I can just shoot it
quickly.
here and it hits the guy down there. Well, now you do. Well, the good news is that he was aiming at me, not at the seer, so even if the web did not hold him, he wasn't attacking the seer, which is nice. Yeah, some of the Minotaurs appear to be attacking him anyway, despite the invisibility, but that's a risk we just have to take.
Almost done, the seer screams. Not much longer.
Alright, anyone coming from other sections? Got a Minotaur coming from that way, Minotaur coming from that way. So I actually deliberately moved to the side there because I saw him charging and I was like, wait, I think he's charging me. Let me move to the side so that when he charges me, he doesn't charge through the seer.
I will start the ritual now. Protect me. The seer looks dizzy and faint. I could feel
Our
him.
ads have just started and we've just finished protecting the seer. So,
It is not what we think.
we did burn a lot of spell points doing that because we were casting spells instead of blasting. But, you know, that happens sometimes. Sometimes you gotta blast them and sometimes you gotta do a bunch of single target stuff. In this case, we did a bunch of single target stuff, which is fine. There are lots and lots of rest shrines in here. There's like basically one after each section.
The seer calls out, keep them at bay.
So, yeah, there's essentially one at each place that you rescue one of the seers.
Up the crater's edge.
Hello, you annoying mobs that are immune to cold.
From beyond the
pink on
open
you
gate
because there's a
comes
group of
dull
4 here that
sound
needs
of
pink cast on them.
footsteps, dry as rattling bones.
Hello, Madstone Enchanter.
Another of my ancestors' bones, grumbles the seer.
And I think we'll take this opportunity to rest, even though we're going to lose all of our charges for tainted spellcasting. What are these charges again? Depravity? Depravity. We're going to lose all of our depravity, which is a huge loss,
unseen cracks in the
in exchange for 1,000 spell points or so, which is going to be worth it here. The question is going to be whether or not casting invisibility on the dude is enough. I'm going to try something that I don't know if it's going to work or not, which is I'm going to cast invisibility on him and just go fight Minotaurs and see if that works. Because the risk there is that someone is going to spawn as a champion that has the invisibility, and it's just not going to work. Also, welcome back from ads. Well, if you're one of the people who gets ads. Not everyone does.
Feel the magic source. It is near.
But if you did, welcome back. We are going to try something that I don't know if it's going to work or not.
Across the bridge and
for this is that I'm going to cast invisibility on him. And I'm going to just hope that all the guys that spawn up top can't see him and just kind of stand there looking dumb. Is this going to work? I don't know. I will find out soon.
Your order, nervously looking at the ground above and behind him. The seer turns to you. The ritual begins.
All right. Alright. And now we wait here, and we see if he yells at us for not protecting him. Actually, we can just target him there. He appears to not be taking damage. So that's a good sign. Still not taking damage. So as long as you can cast invisibility on him, you don't have to walk up top at all. You just need to take out the Minotaurs. Or we might have just gotten lucky, because there are a set of champions that have like true seeing and see invisibility and that sort of thing.
Calls out. Keep them at
And if they spawned and saw him, well, they'd shoot him. But it looks like none did. So we get to just kind of chill here. It looks like our party member has finished protecting the first seer, so we've got that going for us. So the skip was effective at saving time, and now we just wait here for another minute or two, I think. At some point, I will learn exactly how long these things take, but I think it's like 3 minutes? It feels like a long time when you're ahead, like many things do, or particularly any sort of, we'll say, gauntlet type quests like this, where it's just like, if you can easily kill the guys attacking you like this, where they spawn, you kill them, then you wait a while for the next spawn, and so on and so forth, it's pretty boring. If you're having trouble killing one wave before the next wave starts, then they can become very difficult. And if you're too far behind, like you only have a wave half killed by the time the second wave spawns, you can get overwhelmed. Or you can use other strategies like, okay, so you can only get them half dead, but maybe that means you just end up grouping for AoE. So you always have like 1.5 groups, because the first group spawns, you take out half their health. The second group spawns, you can again AoE take out half of their health, which kills the first group, half kills the second group, and then the third group spawns. And you can just kind of maintain some level like that. But that assumes like all your damage is AoE and other things of that nature. Yep. Stormheart Seer, still at full health.
The seer looks very weak. The magic comes from the spire. Go now. Stop this madness.
And because of the changes they made a while back
Just in time,
to how the conquest bonus works, especially for longer running quests like this, as long as you have at least 100 kills, you get the top bonus regardless of how many monsters there are in the quest. So you don't need to like hang out up top and kill extra stuff in order to make sure that you have the like enough kills. And this also has the effect of changing how you do the Vault of Night raid, or rather specifically the pre-raid, Von 5. Because before, you'd usually have a couple people hang out in the puzzle room so that you would have enough kills to get your conquest bonus. But now, you're pretty much guaranteed to have your conquest bonus, because you're going to have over 100 kills anyway, so you no longer have to do that.
The skeleton warlock that was casting the Madstone spell is no more. But why was it here in the first place? Perhaps Blaze and his seers have answers.
Off we go. D-Door would probably be faster, but I forgot to check, because sometimes, if you D-Door back to the beginning and then you go to hit another thing, D-Door's still on cooldown.
Good, good, the giant roars. My seers say these skeletons were dragon magic. Our ancestors.
It looks like I'm probably wrong.
This is a place to
I thought we were going to be close to rank 84, but not quite there yet. Between Pop and Tor, I think we probably hit it. Maybe. We need like 60k. Which, yeah, Pop and Tor should give that much. How long do I have on this? 29 minutes. More than enough. because we only need it long enough to zone in. Technically, we only need it long enough to zone in to the Slayer zone. Like, you can summon it here and bring it to the quest with you if you're really low on time. But we're off to pop. So I have my mic set to take out essentially background noise. It's like why you don't hear things like computer fans, or you shouldn't get any like electric hum from the HVAC or anything like that.
Ancient observatory.
But on the downside,
from the giants of old,
it means you
what
cannot hear the soft
secrets
snoring
does it keep?
coming from the dog behind me,
lies
which is just a
in
very,
its depths?
it's a very comfy sort of
Door opens.
noise to have
Beyond
going
it
on.
lies
It's just
the
like,
prison
ah
of the
yes,
plains, and
calm
perhaps
and restful.
the answers that you seek. A magical barrier blocks entry into the chamber, marked with etched into the wall ahead is the symbol for the plane of Da'anvi. Below it is a switch, and the chamber has been ruined beyond repair. The
Right,
once
thanks for
glowing
stopping by again.
symbol
Up,
of
down, up,
Irium
down.
sits lifeless at its center.
We should be back, same bat time, same bat channel. Which is a reference that's even before my time. Yes, we will stop to kill the Reaper.
Another barrier blocks access to the Dale Core chamber.
Yes, where were we?
It would seem that this chamber holds great importance.
There we go.
The chamber marked by the symbol of Kithri now lies in ruins. One of Nimbus's lieutenants has turned it into yet another magical barrier.
Because we don't have
Whatever
picklock,
was
we are
imprisoned
going
within
to...
this chamber must have been terribly powerful.
Right. Because we don't have picklock, we're going to run to the end, and then we're going to turn around and kill these guys on our way back.
A door with an intricate locking mechanism bars any further progress.
Alright. Displacement. Wave. Wave is way nicer than I remembered. I remembered it being slower even when quickened and like disrupting other stuff I was trying to cast, but maybe I just didn't have it quickened or something? I swear I did though, and it was still like awkward to use. Hi. Alright, diplomacy success. And more sprint boosts. I'm gonna run out of sprint boosts, but running out of sprint boosts is not that big a deal when you're getting full value out of them. This isn't like sometimes you use sprint boost and you end up using like 5 seconds of it and then you like have to open doors or talk to people and you don't end up actually using it. Well, this time we were running down long corridors, putting it to full use. Oh, what did I say it was? Up, down, up, down?
A bone-chilling cackle echoes through the room.
Well, we're about to find out if I can remember
Falls back
something that
into
happened
lifeless bones.
just a moment
The
ago. I'm pretty
force
sure it
of
was
his
alternating,
magic fading from the room.
but I don't remember if it started up or started down.
As the valve locks into
Excellent.
place, the barrier to the central chamber
I'm not lawful, am I?
vanishes.
I think I'm true neutral. Yeah.
8 receptors cover the walls of the large central chamber. It
I
is
forgot
likely all must be
to
filled for
pull
the
my hire
chamber
out when I
to
walked
open
in.
its planar cell.
Right. Passive. Let's see. Oh, he is lawful, but I don't know if he wants to do the questions or not. So we're just gonna go through here and kill stuff, because killing stuff is not that hard.
This chamber is marked by the symbol of Dolor, and the smell of decaying flesh. The portal to the plane of Dolor opens. All at once, dust rises from the floor, and the hanging corpses of as the last of the dead are laid to rest.
Excellent.
The room returns to its original state. The orbs at the back of the room are no longer engaged.
Last sprint boost. This one's probably a waste since we're only going around the corner once, but, you know, not too big a waste.
The symbol for the plane of Fernia is seared into this chamber, and every surface is covered with a thick layer of ash. As the plane of Fernia becomes coterminous with our own, flames
don't take extra
engulf
from
the
fire,
walls,
or
and
from
lava
cold rather.
flows from the room cools as the final fire is quenched. The orbs go dark in their sockets.
And there we go. Ooh. Remnant chest. Nope, nope. What? No, why are you coming in here? Pull this. I think I accidentally targeted my my party member or something. Or I hadn't put the thing in.
The portal connecting the maternal plane to Lemania opens, moss and shrubbery quickly engulf
Of
the
course,
room
he's
around
light bearer, so we can't burst him down before he goes immune. What a bitch. Boo! Boo, I say! Dishonor! Dishonor on you!
trees wither
Dishonor
and
on your
disappear
cow!
as the twilight forest recedes. The orbs in the receptors cease their sparkling.
The Afridi and like Jins and whatnot that just say, I'm gonna go immune for a while. It's like, you have to do that? Really?
The symbol of Maybar
Is it really
marks this
necessary?
chamber. The dim light within has a dark, foreboding air. The plane of Maybar opens, and darkness surrounds you. Light quickly returns, and the shadows recede as the endless night
What
is
might have happened in
banished.
that last one is I might
The
have
orbs in
accidentally
the
had my
room
higher
are free for
grab the
taking.
orb out of the receptor. Which doesn't break the quest, actually. It doesn't make it impossible to complete or anything like that. You can actually have him place the orb in a receptor, too. So let's see if he did that.
The symbol for the plane of
You
Rizia fills
interact
this
with that.
chamber with
Oh,
an
okay.
icy
Once the
hue.
cooldown is done.
The room holds a sharp,
Okay, he didn't pick
lingering
one up.
chill.
If he had picked one up, he could put it down again.
As the portal to Rizia opens, a rime of frost spreads quickly across the floor and walls. Warmth returns to your fingers as
Hey.
the final creature falls.
Alright.
The orbs no longer power
Oh,
the
all inventory
planar
slots are full.
cell.
Guess I should have cleared some space. Those go away. Those go away. And we get to go fill up the stuff. So if you don't have someone lawful, the ice one is the last one you need to do. If you do have someone lawful, you can stop one sooner. Or of course, if you're going for a specific drop, or you just want the extra like couple hundred XP for doing each of them, then you can just do them all. But
The final orb lights in its receptor. Almost imperceptibly,
I think he went up to.
locks into
Yep,
place.
he already went up to
A
do it.
magical
Excellent.
voice comes from above.
Teamwork.
The chamber will seal on the count of 10. The quarry screeches. You came for answer. The giant reborn was cursed then. The Quarforged continue. The quarry screeches. The Quarforged speaks again. He was returned to the living by his old, visibly wounded. The ancient Quarforge screams out as its body falls. Any other secrets it held are now lost.
I thought he was going to touch it, so
a dark psychic energy stirs within the docent. It would be safer to let Nimbus collect the ancient artifact for himself.
Alright, so we will report back. And last quest for the night, Tor. Which is convenient because we get to clear our inventory. Because the next quest, gotta go to town anyway. Hello. Buy my random crap. More random crap. We will do a more thorough job at some point in the future. That is enough to get us moving forward and not have the stream waiting. But we do have to turn in quests so that we can get our Tor flagging done. Turn in... I don't think I need... You don't need to turn in all of them, you just need to turn in the ones that are necessary to flagging, which... It's not all of the 14s, actually. I don't think you need Crucible. Or it's like you need Crucible, but not Cabal. It's been a long time since I have, like, not just done all of Giant Hold. And even if you don't, well... If other people in your group have, you can Red Door Tor. No big deal. Hi. And unlike the others, we will hit the public group option for Tor because, well, the reason we weren't doing it is because we'd have to put up a group again after every quest we did. But since this is our last quest for the night, that's not a concern anymore.
A giant glowers down at you from a high ledge left of the entrance. Gather within the circle, he shouts. When you are prepared to swear undying fealty to the Storm Reaver. The air around the circle crackles with magic. The giant's eyes are dull and clouded with malice. Now, the giant says, hear me. The Storm Reaver has refused your audience and bid that you be slain.
Oh, fire giants are insta-killed by that because they count as a fire being. Interesting. I did not realize that. I'll have to take that into consideration. Now, this is relatively expensive from a mana perspective to be insta-killing these, when we could just be blasting them. But, I don't know, I've got insta-kills, it feels like I should use them. Then again, maybe I should use them just on the casters. because when these other guys run up, I can just hit the other buttons and they die. Excuse you. Oh well, there's some souls dropping, so that makes it more convenient for us. You know, and just in case you don't have it in your build. Okay. Go. Probably getting near the end here. Is there another big wave coming? We'll let him handle
With
that.
no more giants left behind the portals, the guards rush through the door to do you in.
Oh, that's Plague Reaper. That one we do want to pay a little bit more attention
The
to.
attackers lies dead. The way east is sealed with some ancient giantish magic.
Alright, off we go. Now, this is even sillier if you have, like, an actual insta-kill build and you're sitting here with, like... If I were an actual insta-kill build, I would probably have... I'd have Tear the Soul, and I would have 2 Fingers of Death, and probably Phantasm.
The fiery wall in the hallway vanishes. Perhaps others of these ancient giantish barriers
It depends.
are
It depends on which
deactivated
class
as
it
well.
was. Like, if we were, say, a Deep Gnome, it's like, alright, so we've got 2 Phantasmal Killers, and then we've got Finger of Death, only 1. And then we've got probably an AoE at this level. Like, we might have Circle of Death at this level.
The magical giantish barrier
16?
is down.
I don't
You
think
are
you
free
have
to
Scream
move
yet.
deeper into the Tor.
Be tentacled while I go investigate
passage
this.
is buried under these rocks. Through the narrow passage is a small hiding place, and in it is the
All right.
kobold you saw before.
Oh good, he's dead. Alright, he's going that way, so I'll go this way. I have spent time staring at this because I thought it was the way in, and it's like, why isn't the door appearing yet? It's like, oh.
You find a crevice
The door appears here.
concealed by rubble here. It is just like pushing free of the narrow crawl space. You tumble down into some kind of supply room.
Oh, Stygian.
As the lever clicks into place, one of the 2 faces near the far door
Alright, the
lights up.
question is, can I get to the other side before they open it? Minus 15 strength. I wish I had a heal scroll. Which I said way earlier in the stream that I should probably go refill my stock of heal scrolls. Because minus 15 strength is... It didn't take me as low as I expected, but still, it's a big hit.
You find a crevice concealed by
I'm
rubble
not completely
here.
helpless, but
it's just large
I'm
enough
closer.
to crawl through.
Here. Have some temp health. Do.
Ancient gears grind deep underfoot. The path forward has opened.
You die. Let's see, did our third person get in? Third person has zoned in. So we're good to go on that front. Don't want to be finishing without someone zoned in. Aborian. How much are we still at? Minus 13? Alright, yeah, minus 13.
The Portal Master stands with maddened eyes, casting an elaborate spell as the seconds. You did not have to come here to die. The glowing statue breaks. The Portal Master snarls. I can cast it just as well with one.
I suppose that for skeletons and such, I could get undeath to death.
When the dragons find out, the Portal Master threatens. They will come for you.
Voice.
They are in
on
the
our own
door.
voice.
They will know their master. The Portal Master.
Why he's only
staggers
CR8
and
in these quests,
falls.
I
The
don't
cloud
know.
of madness leaves
It's
his
just
eyes.
like, he's so much weaker than everything
Came
else here.
over me, he whimpers. The dragons.
Even if you're not
Beware.
on, like, a really
There
strong build, he still, if you can make it to him, he basically just, like, falls over immediately. Alright, so I was wrong. I did get slightly into rank 84. Now that said, because we did Tower of Frost, and because we did these 14s, and because we did the, oh, sorry, yeah, that's that guy gives the Tor quest in Epics. We're not in Epics, so we have to go down here to turn in. So because we did the Rage Chain and Tower of Frost, I think we're good to just take 17 straight up here, because there are other 14s we could do, like we could do Necro 4, but we are at a high enough level, we're close enough to 17 that the next thing we're going to hit is just going to be level 15 stuff. It's going to be Sharn and things like that. Alright, grab an extra 10 health. And we'll take 17. Hello, Warlock Trainer. What are we doing today, Warlock Trainer? And then filler stuff. Here. Grab some Intimidate. Why not? Axe Biting Cold. That's a stacking dot. Alright. What do we want to grab? We could grab Circle of Death, but I think we're just going to grab Undeath to Death. Because skeletons are annoying because they're cold immune. Are we ever going to use that spell? Maybe. Unclear. However, we did hit level 17. Which means we get to spend Reaper points. Do we care about these stats? No. But by putting points in them, we get more health from Reaper points. Alright, so a little bit of math. 28 plus 24 is 52. 52 plus 68 is 70 plus 50, which is 120. Times 4 gets us over 400. So we are now going to get plus 400 max hit points when we walk into Reaper. Which, actually, when combined with... let's take a look. Alright, so we have 3 action points. So I think we're going to go for crit first. And we're going to save the other one so that we can get the temporary spell points. Because being able to, like, blast things and then cast a essentially heavily discounted Finger of Death is nice. And we're just gonna, like, zone into this so we can check our health totals. Because I'm curious as to whether or not we will be over 1,000. We're gonna be very close, if not over. Ah, there we go. We have broken 1,000 hit points. And that's not even with one of the melee or tank-ish things. Like, which tier is it in, anyway? Not that one. No. 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 Is it in the capstone for Enlightened Spirit? It is. There it is. 20% competence bonus to max health. So yeah, you need capstone if you want the health as a warlock. As opposed to, like, all the melee classes have it in all of their T5s, which makes sense. They are melee classes. They do need to be a little bit more durable and all that. However, that said, as we established, that was our last quest for the night. We made decent progress today. We started out as level 15, going through the rest of Myth Draenor, so we went through, like, half-ish of Myth Draenor, including the 2 long quests. We did all of Gianthold, we did Tower of Frost, we did Age of Rage, and that's pretty solid for a night. And we got 2 levels-ish, and that will do it for us. I don't see a ton of people here, so I don't think we're going to raid out to anyone tonight, which does make it simpler since I don't know who else is on that I would raid. But for anyone who is here, on Twitch, on YouTube, any of that, this is the part where we do the call to action thing, which everyone is annoyed by, but everyone does because, unfortunately, the way psychology works, it works. So even though you already know this, I'm going to repeat it. If you like the stream and you want to see more and be reminded of, like, when it goes live, click the follow or subscribe button or whatever it is on whatever platform you're watching on. If you don't like it, that's fine too. I am here to entertain, and if you're not entertained, then either I am doing something wrong or I am just the wrong streamer for you. So with all that said, for anyone who is here, who's chatted, who's lurked, who's just hung out, and supported me with views and all that, thank you very much, and good night.